And both sides on the floor getting ready for the game ahead. It's almost that time. Hello, and thanks for joining us, folks. And looking at tonight's teams, RJ, they have rosters filled with veteran players.
I was on a few teams like this, Kevin, and it's just great for the locker room. Guys are usually willing to accept their roles and understand how to win.
Here are the starters for Milwaukee. The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Taurean Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the small forward position. Now, here's Antetokounmpo after Luka Doncic's miss. Traps in the tray.
And the first of many to come. Explosive offensive talent on both sides.
And if everything goes to plan, this could be a very fun matchup to watch.
The drive by Doncic. The shot's good from Hayes. And here's Lillard. He brings it up for Milwaukee. Here's Antetokounmpo. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. You know, you were talking about Giannis. He can put up 30 a game without taking many shots from the perimeter. That's a tall order these days, especially because he gets doubled every single time. And Greg, 2 seasons ago, the Bucks ranked first in defensive rating. Last season, they dropped down to number 19.
Yeah, shifting defensive schemes, coaching changes, also swapping Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard. But they can and should be better than 19.
Here's Lopez, and he's knocked off course by the D. The foul called. He'll shoot free throws.
And for a 7-footer, Lopez is pretty versatile. You get all the defensive impact you'd expect, but he can also consistently score on all 3 levels.
Lopez hits them both.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see a miss.
Here's James. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. RJ, last season, LeBron passed 40,000 career points. Do you think we'll ever see someone get even close to that number again?
Probably not, Kevin. Not in my lifetime. You have to understand, you're going to have to score 25 points a game for 20-plus seasons to even have a chance. LeBron, he's one-on-one.
Doncic against Lillard. Reeves in the corner. And a wide-open look for Hachimura. Drills it from outside.
Just solid with the jump shot. Hachimura helps your offense in a number of ways. In that case, spacing the floor.
Now on the scoring column with that bucket. 1 for 2 this game.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
The shot's good from LeBron.
Good work on the block. I like when LeBron gets aggressive this close to the rim.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sideline. You got for us, DA?
Hey, Kevin, briefly spoke with J.J. Redick talking about Damian Lillard. Coach admitted they're zoned in with slowing him down. Coach said we know how dangerous he can be. Now we're prepared to mix it up and throw different defenders at him if possible. We don't want him to find his comfort zone. A difficult strategy to pull off, guys.
All right, thank you, David. A nice shot by Doncic.
Guys, you never know what you'll see when you're watching Luka Doncic. His offensive creativity is through the roof.
And then Lillard slams it in.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see that kind of finish.
A point guard getting up like that? Boy, that is special.
James, no good. For Milwaukee, they've gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. And Antetokounmpo with the jam.
Giannis will take on any defender. Nice finish that time.
Doncic kicks to Hachimura. And a wide open look for James. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. Doncic has got his 3rd assist on the night. It's Kuzma penetrating. The layup off target. The Lakers in the lead. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It goes on Taurean Prince.
He's not afraid of getting physical. I like how LeBron James has no problem accepting the contact while trying to score.
He makes 1 of 2 that time. Bucks have gotten 4 of 6 field goal attempts to drop in the first quarter. Prince, the pass to Kuzma. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Kuzma. To the inside. Stolen by Reeves. Fires the three. They get a hand on it. And so it's Milwaukee with it. Trailing by 2. Lillard finds Antetokounmpo. And he banks in the layup. And that's now 7 points for Giannis.
And this is where you feed Giannis. The closer he is, the more dangerous he becomes.
Doncic passes to James. And stolen by Kuzma. Lillard against Doncic. Lopez, a screen on Doncic. Lillard, and Lillard throws it down.
You won't find too many players with a better understanding of the pick and roll than Lillard. He runs that set to a T.
On the wing, Hachimura, no good. Bucks have gone 6 of 8 in the game so far. Very solid start for them.
Now flying high and throwing it down with the one-hand.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys. Now here's Hayes. Lets a floater go. Rebounded by the Bucks. Prince has got his 4th rebound in this one. And their offense is really clicking right now.
Playing with a lot of energy and really taking it to the defense.
And out of bounds as Los Angeles gains possession. Lakers trail by 4. Here's James. Antetokounmpo grabs the miss. Lopez outside. Kick out to Giannis. From about 16, and he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. Giannis Antetokounmpo, he's feeling it. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Bucks.
Well, they're off to a good start getting it inside and scoring at close range. Solid fundamentals so far in this one.
And it seems they've also put an emphasis on moving the ball, working to rotate around the defense and find those quality looks.
Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Hachimura out there with Jackson Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the point guard position. That's the group for the Lakers to start the second quarter. Now, here's Doncic. Pass to Hachimura. Hayes with it. LeBron passes to Reeves. Shot clock at 6. Back to LeBron. The tray. The rebound by the Bucks. Hey, GA, how about Damian Lillard's time in Portland? 11 magnificent years.
I mean, Kevin, arguably the best trailblazer of all time. Rookie of the year, then 7 All-Star appearances. Dame will always be a legend in the Rose City.
James absorbing hits on the drive.
A monster down low. LeBron James, the rare package of skill, size, and athleticism.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, Brook Lopez started off, of course, as a post scorer, but he's completely reshaped his game over time, becoming a three-point threat and a defensive stopper. He said, I tried to focus more on being a pillar at the defensive end, someone my teammates can rely on. I'm always talking in the paint, letting them know I'm there to back them up. Kevin?
He's got great communication skills, David. Thanks for the report. Here's Doncic, following the score by Damian Lillard.
And he continues to cast away, but the results just haven't been there tonight.
To the paint, here's Giannis. Slam home, and he draws the foul. A chance for another point at the free throw line. Rui Hachimura picks one up.
Just simply overpowers the defense. Giannis flexing that near 7-foot frame.
And we see dunkers get technicals for hanging on the rim, slapping the backboard, or Richard even staring someone down. Should refs let that slide, or is that something they got to pay attention to?
I don't mind the hanging on the rim, the smack in the backboard. I love that aggression. The staring people down, that's something you got to be careful with because that can cause some problems, and we don't want any of those issues on the court.
And here is LeBron after Taurean Prince hitting the three. LeBron slashes inside. Will it go? No one near Reeves as he lets it go. Makes no mistake on the open jump shot.
And the instincts there from Hachimura. Notice the overcommitment by the defense and then makes the right pass.
And Hachimura with a clear path to the rack. Here's Doncic. And the dunk by Doncic.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
Big time slam, Giannis. Oh, my.
And we see this often now from Giannis. His offensive repertoire has become so versatile.
Doncic kicks to Hachimura. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. Doncic has got his 4th assist in this one.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up? Oh, yeah, you're done.
Now, here's Lillard. He's got 8. Kuzma passes to Prince. And he finishes nicely on the layup. Prince has got 5 points now in the quarter.
And, guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
A shot by LeBron, no good. Bucks leading by 11. Antetokounmpo with the ball. And Hachimura picks him up defensively. They get it again. Lillard dishes to Antetokounmpo. Prince kicks to Lillard. Back to Prince. And James pulls it down.
And the defense did just enough to bother that dunk attempt.
Here's Hachimura. That 3 off the mark.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
And that one, good. Prince has got 10 points in the game. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 4 from three-point range in the second. Not a whole lot dropping out there for them. James. Lopez with the block.
And we have seen Lopez really improve his shot blocking. Adept at using that limb to alter shots.
Now here's James. He's got 9. The Lakers need to get a shot off here. And the dunk by Hachimura.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope, his only concern right now is getting the points on the board. And I don't mean style points. That'll do it for the first half. Bucks lead by 11. It's time now to go. All right, David, thank you. And stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. You look at Antetokounmpo, and this game has been everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much all throughout that first half. And he was taking care of his business on the low blocks and getting more than his fair share of dunks.
He has been aggressive, getting into the painted areas seemingly at will and wreaking absolute havoc on the defense.
And Milwaukee, what do they got? The post pair, the longtime duo of Antetokounmpo and Lopez. Taurean Prince is out there with Damian Lillard. And it's Kuzma in at the 3.
You often expect him to convert these types of shots, but the D must have made their presence felt to prevent that one.
James, the pass to Doncic. Beyond the arc. Giannis grabs the miss. Antetokounmpo's got rebound number 7 for him tonight.
And that's when they say you can't teach tall. This is where size helps you, owning those rebounds on the defensive end.
And the dunk by Giannis.
And I've been impressed with the unselfishness, but also getting guys the ball where they can do something with it.
His court vision has been on display in this one. He's doing a tremendous job just orchestrating the offense beautifully.
Creating space, Doncic will move defenders around.
Driving in, machetes his way, Giannis!
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Luka Doncic. That's foul number 2 for him.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
Bucks leading by 10. Out to Kuzma. Nice ball movement by Milwaukee. Lillard with it, and Hachimura picks him up defensively. Lillard, the pass to Prince. Now Lopez, back to Prince. Antetokounmpo setting the pick for Lillard. The Bucks need to get a shot off here. And the foul called on Antetokounmpo. That is his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul.
Lakers have gone 2 of 4 here to start the second half. Doncic looking it over. James misses. And Prince has got the ball here for the Bucks. They've led by as many as 14 points. And Prince with the jam.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. The Bucks use their size defensively to great impact. Coach Doc Rivers said, we're not fast, we're long. So we get our fingertips on a lot of balls, and that slows fast teams down. Switching keeps guys in front of you, and the more size we can put in front of people, the better we can be. Kevin?
Yeah, you followed this league for a long time. That sounds like a pretty good game plan.
Great instincts from him to get a hand on that pass and tip it out.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to maybe even get the steal, but I agree. He still got a good outcome.
Lillard, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Back to Lillard for 3.
And it's just encouraging to see Luka step up on defense. Must continue to bring that type of intensity.
The 3. Here's Hayes on the wing, Reeves. Here's Hachimura. That one wide left.
Oh, I can see some miscommunication on defense there very clearly. They were super fortunate it didn't torch them with that mistake.
Prince misses.
And guys, not sure where his head was on that shot. Not what this offense was designed to create.
And you couldn't get a better shot off? Like, come on, you got to make the extra pass. Like, being a teammate will go so far in this league.
And it's Antetokounmpo penetrating.
In the long strides of Antetokounmpo, once he gets downhill, there's almost no stopping.
Kuzma against James. A rebound by Prince. Prince has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Kuzma outside. Lets it go from deep. Prince can't hit. Lakers trail by 12. Doncic passes to Hayes. We've got 33 seconds left in the third quarter. Inside. And there's the second time to finish it off.
Forget about going for the long-range bomb to cut into that lead. Just take it to the hoop, my friend.
And how? Brilliant throwdown. Lopez from long range. Good, and the assist goes to Giannis. Antetokounmpo's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Now, Doncic. 6 points for him. James, the pass to Reeves. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back. Reeves has got a pair of threes now here in the third for Los Angeles. Prince fires away from outside. And so it's the Milwaukee Bucks with a 10-point lead. Some brief. Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game. And it's presented as always by State Farm.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out at the 2-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or 2 when he needs to.
And from a team perspective, having your off-guard rip-off passes like that, it's awesome. It shows you have guys willing to give up the rock.
And with 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this 4th period holds in store for us. In it forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Doncic out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the 5. That's the Laker 5.
The defense had the pass well anticipated. They know the offense wants to get that ball inside.
Lillard outside. It's Prince on the wing. No good on the triple. Lakers trail by 8. LeBron passes to Hayes. Hachimura with it. Guarded by Kuzma. Second shot opportunity. Hachimura, no good.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
And Lillard kicks to Prince. Lopez passes to Lillard. From deep, Prince. Good. Great play by Lillard to set it up. And the Bucks lead by 11.
Yeah, that's outstanding. Tremendous vision on the part of Lillard. Just trying to lead this team. That should give them a nice little jolt.
Yeah, it has to. They need a jolt here.
And they need more where that came from. They're not out of this hole yet.
Fouled on the shot and picks up 2 points. So 1 free throw coming up.
Wow, the skill of Lillard to get his shot through while getting the whistle.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in the fourth quarter. Here's LeBron. Good D by Lopez. Bucks leading by 12. Here's Lillard. A rebound by the Lakers. Doncic has got his 6th rebound on the night. Here's Hachimura. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
And when Hachimura is looking to score, it sometimes forces the D to get aggressive. I love the energy.
He doesn't get the second one. Hayes with the steal. And it goes right over Kyle Kuzma and slams it down.
And Kevin, even though they're down, he's still looking to do the spectacular, and he did.
Well, maybe this is the best time to do it. Kuzma inside. Hayes on him.
And this happens when Kuzma is aggressive. When he's looking to score, he makes the D react.
All right, we'll take a look now at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Bucks.
Their offense has been a well-oiled machine. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, and just piling up assists.
And I'll tell you, the energy they've shown in the open floor, boy, it has been terrific. Doing a phenomenal job converting in those situations.
And it's Prince, that time on the assist by Lopez. Prince has got 5 points in the quarter.
Nice ball movement there. That's how you break down the defense.
Here's Doncic. And he makes the bucket, gets the whistle, and now a 3-point play chance here for him.
And how about the balance of Doncic on that possession? Amazing at just absorbing the contact and still with the strength to finish.
And here's Giannis. He'll bring it up for Milwaukee. They've led by as many as 14 points. Lakers trail by 9. LeBron dishes to Hayes. LeBron against Lillard, looking to end his cold spell, and LeBron with the layup.
So tough to keep him in front of you. He's always playing on his front foot, using that first step.
Here's Antetokounmpo, and Antetokounmpo with the jam.
Nice there, getting the reverse. Love that. And the fans got a little bit of a show there.
Guys, that one definitely had a little something extra on it.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
He's just riding the wave of momentum right now, getting to his spots and keeping things simple on the offensive side.
And now we've got the intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Got a piece of it. Lopez with the steal. And here we go. Fast break. Kuzma's got it. And that's an intentional foul. 1:31 left to play here in the fourth. Here's Kuzma. Good, and the assist goes to Giannis. And the Bucks lead by 9.
And he's what I call a prepared shooter with strong fundamentals. Kuzma is a capable threat from the perimeter.
Reeves the pass to Hayes. Here's Doncic. Doncic with a strong move inside.
And already in his career, Doncic displays a remarkable amount of pro moves, including that floater right there. How about the poise from Doncic right there. He ups the ante when it's a critical possession here in the game.
Prince kicks to Kuzma. Prince in the post. He's defended by Reed. 5 on the clock. Here's Lillard. Rebound the Lakers. Guys, it's come down here to a very important possession.
No room for error.
I'm sorry, just who else would you want it shooting there? LeBron James, just so calm under pressure.
Lopez finds Kuzma. Shoots the three. The rebound by James. And it's the Lakers' ball. It's a three-point game, and he commits the intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
First free throw is good, and that brings them within 2 here. And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Yeah, you have to do that, though. You can't just let him dribble the game.
Good on the first, and that makes it a 3-point lead. He's off on the free throw and able to get that second one to drop in.
And it's all about the three right here.
We'll see what they draw up. Three-pointer is a must.
And there's the intentional foul. No choice but to stop the clock here. He hits the first one, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 5-point game.
Calm and cool, and his free throws put a bow on this one. Nice way to finish the game.
And so the Bucks take the win. A narrow win under difficult. David, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks. Along with Greg Anthony, Richard Jefferson, and
Let's hear it for the starting five for your Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, Grant, when you take a look at this matchup, both these teams feature an impressive backcourt.
No question, B.A. And I get the sense that bragging rights are on the line here. Everything you can do, I can do better. Expect some exciting back-and-forth action in this one.
So the Houston starting five. Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Alperon Şengün out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the point. Here's Doncic. Hayes with a screen on Van Vliet. Doncic up top, guarded by Van Vliet. Just 5 on the clock. Thompson with a steal. Back comes Houston in transition. Here he goes. Pass to Şengün. Green for 3. Counted from distance.
No wasted motion or hesitation there. Green ready to shoot as soon as he caught it.
On the wing, Reeves. Out to James. Hachimura with a screen on Brooks. And it's slammed in by Hachimura.
Oh, great teamwork right there.
Hey, you got to love the finish. Bringing it down with some attitude.
I tell you what, I think the pass was even better. I mean, that was room service delivery at its finest.
Now, here is James. And finished off by Hayes.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
And, you know, those second chance opportunities can be game changing. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
Knocks down the triple.
And this is what Van Vliet is known for, a volume three-point gunner who shoots it well.
And you know, Clark, Fred Van Vliet gives you a number of things. Leadership might be the most important.
It is certainly one of his great attributes, B.A., when you look at Fred Van Vliet. Not very big, not super athletic, but a winner, tough-minded, and highly skilled. Doesn't make mistakes with the ball, gets other people's shots, and is proven to be a clutch and consistent quarterback at really high level.
Pass to Green. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Green.
Well, I think that pass caught him off guard, but he showed us board hands, too.
The Lakers have gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. Hayes with a screen. It's Doncic with a drive. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
Capable of slicing his way to the basket. All Doncic needs is a sliver.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I did briefly speak with J.J. Redick. We talked about Fred Van Vliet and how Coach hopes to counter him. Coach told me I'd love to put size on him and give him an unfavorable matchup. But the truth is, it's all about hustle, just staying on him as much as possible. It's a pretty straightforward strategy, but Coach hopes it's effective. Guys?
Great work, Allie. Thanks. The Lakers have gone 4 of 5 so far, looking sharp. Green with the ball. Picked up by Reeves. And it's hammered home by Green.
Blasting off. Green runs in and just launches himself to the rim.
Pass to Hayes. Hachimura from long range. Perfect night so far. 2 for 2.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now, here's Green. He's got 5. To the middle. Here's Şengün. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Good vision that time from Green and anticipation. Kind of knew where his teammate was going to be.
The Rockets went from 22 to 41 wins last year, finishing right at 500, Clark.
Great progress by Houston. Just missed the play-in in the West.
Oh my! Throw it down!
That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that boy's going to hit his head on the rim one day.
Oh, tipped away. Doncic passes to Hachimura. Van Vliet against Doncic. Hachimura with a screen on Van Vliet. Shot clock at 5. And the call will be against Alperen Şengün. That's his first foul.
He didn't have his feet planted.
Yeah, and I like this call because you want the refs in that situation. If there's any doubt, err on the side of giving the benefit of the doubt to the offensive player. That should have been a block, and it was.
Here's James. Outside Reeves. Hachimura with a screen on Van Vliet. Reeves, the pass to Hayes. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. And it's Hachimura missing.
Boy, that's got to be terribly frustrating there. I mean, with the defense not hustling and he still misses, boy, he wishes he had that one back.
4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Thompson outside. It's going to be on LeBron James. That's his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
We've got 13 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
And what I like about Thompson, along with the high-level athleticism, he has a high-level feel for the game.
Thompson.
Both free throws good from Thompson. Doncic passes to James. Sinks the tray. James has got 5 points.
Sometimes it's simple. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers and let them do what they do best.
Tie game in Los Angeles. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the... And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. What do you guys think about Los Angeles here in this one?
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Yeah, you know, I agree. No warm-up needed. They came in on fire and have already built a nice lead.
This is how the floor looks for the Rockets starting the second. Van Vliet and Green, they're manning the backcourt. And then Thompson out there with Dylan Brooks. And it's Şengün in at the center position. Van Vliet outside. Off target from outside. And so it's James with it. He brings it up for Los Angeles. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat. Put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, these teams trading punches right now. I mean, it's table tennis. Back and forth we go.
And that one drops for him. He's got 7.
Fighting through contact. Not easy trying to corral LeBron when he's focused on scoring. Good luck with that.
Şengün, the screen. The 3 from Thompson. Outside for Green. Thompson outside. Brooks a screen on Hachimura. Here's Thompson on the take. Here's Brooks. Oh, persistence pays off as they finally hit a shot.
Well, I love the way he goes after it there. I mean, and you've got to respect that. He's rewarded for his efforts of pursuing the ball.
Doncic passes to James. They get it back. And here's Hachimura. Doncic outside. Pass to Reeves. Kicks it to Doncic. Stolen by Thompson. Brooks from outside. It's Hayes with the rebound. Hayes has got 4 rebounds in the game. Hachimura in the post. Working on Thompson. That one's good from Hachimura on the assist by James. And Grant, we know the importance of the veteran leaders on a team, but not every vet wants to accept a mentorship role.
Very true, B.A. In your later years, that role becomes a blend of playing and kind of coaching. Not everyone is cut out for that.
From deep, Reeves. Hachimura, the pass to Hayes. Doncic with it. Now Thompson defending. Back to Doncic. Shot clock at 6. Hayes with a screen on Thompson. Outside Reeves. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. The Rockets have gotten only 2 of 8 field goals to go in the second. And the shot goes down. Van Vliet's got 5 now.
It's such a creative finish. FVV in the open.
James against Brooks. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
That's his first personal
Clark, what's
foul.
incredible about LeBron, he makes as big of an impact off the court as he does on it.
BA, I think it's going to be one of the great case studies when he's all done playing, how he's impacted the game and uplifted people across the country and world. He's a tremendous advocate for social justice. He's obviously a shrewd and successful businessman, and he's been a vocal leader who also leads by example. He's actually epitomizing the change he'd like to see in other folks and inspiring along the way. James doing his thing in close to the hoop. Good work there.
The Rockets have gone 4 of 10 from the field in the second. Van Vliet, the pass to Brooks. From 11 feet away, on the wing, Brooks. Van Vliet outside. Thompson, a screen on Doncic. They get it again. Over to the wing. Şengün finds Green. On the wing, Brooks. Here's Thompson. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
You know, we talk about the value of size out of the backcourt, and that sequence by Thompson is a great example.
Doncic into the lane. Outside Reeves. Over to the left wing. Here's Hayes. Sinks that one from the post. Hayes has got his second bucket on the night.
You have to love the unselfishness on display there. Excellent passing.
Şengün, a screen on Doncic. Here's Van Vliet. It's blocked. Now the Lakers moving it up. James passes to Hayes. On the wing, Reeves. Hayes with a screen on Green. To the inside. It's stolen by Green. Hammered home.
Yeah, just showcasing his athleticism. When Brooks gets open space around the rim, he looks to throw it down with authority.
Shot from the low block. James can't get it to go. Thompson outside. And a miss there on the triple. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. It's Houston leading by just 2. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams trying to gain an edge. You got to like what we're seeing from LeBron James.
Yeah, tonight, he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Rui Hachimura is out there with Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the 1. That's who's in the game for the Lakers.
Green doing work inside. Feels like he can score on just about anybody.
And Doncic with the jam.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
And it just forces the defense to pay more attention to him, guys, which we know can open up things for others.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
And, you know, the defense gets their money's worth on that foul, stopping the layup and not giving up the and one.
Both good from the line that time. Lakers trail by 4. Doncic with it. James outside. That one falls. Great setup by Doncic. Doncic has got 4 assists in the game.
All systems are on go when LeBron has the ball behind the arc.
Clark, when you watch Luka Doncic play, how is he able to just control the games like he does?
He's a savant. That's all I can say. He's way ahead of himself. I mean, this guy's been a pro since he was 13 or 14 years old. There's nobody else in the NBA that's been a pro that long, I don't think. So unique in that regard. Great size, uncanny, underrated strength. And then his vision, his pace, all of that what allows him to really not ever be sped up or out of control.
And James has got the ball here for the Lakers. They trail by 1. James, a freight train coming!
Hey, I really like what I'm seeing from LeBron here tonight, keeping it simple. He's going to the hot hand, which is him. That's pretty good.
The open shot by Brooks. And so it looks like it'll be Houston's ball.
Rockets ball.
Two minutes into the second half of play now. Şengün, a screen on James. Down low. Şengün, no good.
Well, you know, this is what happens. You can't afford to lose concentration, even for a nanosecond.
Baseline jumper. James can't get that one to fall. The Rockets have gotten only 1 of 4 shots to fall in the second half. Şengün, a screen on Reeves. Green for 3. Houston with another miss. The Lakers have gone 3 of 5 from the field in this third quarter. And the call will be against Fred VanVleet. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. Hayes misses. Houston has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third.
The sheer size of Thompson makes it difficult for defenders to match up well against him.
Houston shooting their 5th and 6th free throw attempts tonight. That free throw is good from Thompson.
Shooting for Houston. Thompson.
Both free throws good from Thompson. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. Here's Doncic. A strong finish by Doncic.
Luka with so many physical gifts. Taking flight right there.
Here's Green. It's Hayes with the rebound. Hayes has got 5 rebounds tonight. Doncic with it. VanVleet covering. Green against Hachimura. Pass to James. Clock at 6. Hachimura with a screen on Brooks. James. Oh, LeBron! Just too much to handle inside.
You know, really impossible to know what James is thinking in advance. I mean, especially in these sets.
Şengün, a screen on Doncic. VanVleet misses.
It's clear he's totally out of sync. The team needs to rethink its strategy around what to do with him.
Clark, it's special getting to call LeBron James games. How is the King still doing this at this age?
BA, I think there are guys that come along every 30, 40 years that are just different than other guys, other players. He's in that category. One of the all-time greats. And he's just been remarkable. Certainly DNA has a role in his longevity and excellence, but you got to give him a ton of credit. He's committed to being at a high level for a long time, and it's remarkable to watch him do what he's doing at this age.
And the luxury of having VanVleet. He doesn't need the ball to score. Fred can work off the rock and be a spot-up shooter.
Doncic passes to James. Outside Reeves. Back to James. Drops in the layup for 2. James has got 11 points in the quarter.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
Showing no signs of slowing or cooling down. They're going to ride him as far as he can take it.
The Lakers lead by 4. Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
That's his second personal
It's going to be on him in Thompson.
Bully ball. LeBron has been doing that since he stepped into the league.
LeBron.
And so he makes both from the line. Rockets trail by 6. Brooks the pass to Thompson. And that one's good. Thompson's got 12 points in the game.
Yeah, this is the kind of scorer this rookie can be. Thompson just doing whatever he wants right now.
Doncic against Van Vliet. Doncic passes to James. They get the rebound. Up and over Brooks. Oh, and the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. And so it's LeBron. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Served him up a tasty room service dime right there, boy.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the 4th in what is still anybody's ball game. So the Rockets 5 now. Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Alperon Şengün out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the point.
You know, as I watch Doncic, I think it's futile to try to distract this guy. His focus and concentration and control of himself is excellent.
Green finds Thompson. Back to Green. James against Brooks. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Thompson. Outside for Green. Brooks outside. Van Vliet outside. Brooks outside. 3-pointer. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. About 1 minute played here in the 4th quarter. Pass to Hayes. Hey, from beyond the arc. Nails it from beyond the arc. Rockets trail by 9. Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
A chance here to extend the lead to double digits.
And that would really give them a comfortable cushion.
Hachimura sets a screen. Reeves the pass to Doncic. Out to Hachimura. Outside Reeves. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Doncic. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. Green with the ball. Picked up by Reeves. Şengün passes to Thompson. Şengün, a screen on Doncic. Thompson attacking.
Oh, what you say?
Wow!
My goodness. Come on now.
Well, you see Thompson's explosion there. I mean, just an insanely quick first step. All the defender can do is bump him.
Hayes with a screen on Van Vliet. Here's Doncic. And he banks in the layup.
You know, coaches will take possessions like that all day long. Phenomenal use of the screen there.
Şengün, a screen on Hachimura. Thompson attacking and fouled as he went up to dunk. Good aggressive move. He'll shoot a pair. Let's get a quick check of the scoring breakdown here for the Lakers.
The fearlessness they've shown going strong inside has been impressive. The defense hasn't been very effective against them.
And the thing I've seen that I've really been impressed by is they've gotten everybody involved. Unselfishly making that extra pass, getting that ball to the right guy at the right time for the good shot.
Doncic with it. Checked by Brooks. Back to Doncic. James, left side. From outside the arc. They get it back. Out to Hachimura. Pass to James.
2 minutes remaining in this ball. 2 minutes.
Goes up again. It's hauled in by Houston. Şengün's got 6 rebounds in the game. Van Vliet finds Şengün. On the wing, Thompson. Fires the 3. Gets the 3 ball to go. Thompson's got 12 points here in the second half.
Just a rookie, but Thompson already taking and making big-time shots.
Hachimura sets a screen. Out to the right wing. Here's Hayes. Banked it in off the glass. Hayes has got 5 points now in the quarter.
That's exactly what you work for, a high percentage look.
Van Vliet, the pass to Şengün. Brooks outside. Pass to Van Vliet. Inside. Knocked loose. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by James.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
And, you know, even though they didn't come up with the steal, that's still a nice defensive play.
Late clock. Houston's got to hurry. And the officials call goaltending, so they'll award the basket.
Well, at least the D was going for it, but he got to the ball just a moment late.
Şengün, no good on the free throw. And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth. James inside, guarded by Van Vliet. And that one's good. James.
They have a relentless mentality, even with the game in total control.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
Green up top. Thompson, a screen on Hachimura. Green for three. And Reeves pulls it down. On offense, here are the Lakers. James, outside. He takes it in. And slam dunk by James.
This is what winning is all about. Playing your best when it matters most.
Yeah, you know, once they got victory in their view, a huge injection of energy and a great run to finish it off.
And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. So it's Los Angeles picking up the win. A competitive game. All right, Allie, thank you. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Clark.
Hello, everyone. Proud to bring you Wednesday night coverage of the NBA. All the talk, Greg, leading up to this one has been about the impact of the backcourt.
And that's where it all starts. When you have a confident and competent backcourt, it just opens up a lot of things for you offensively.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Dallas Mavericks. Davis is out there with Washington. Then there's Daniel Gafford. Then it's Thompson, and it's Irving in at the point. Irving with it. He's picked up by Doncic. Lets it fly from 18. Good.
That is Kyrie Irving in a nutshell. You want to give him the mid-range, he'll take it. The consummate three-level scorer.
Doncic finds Hachimura. Oh, and it's sent back by Washington. Here's Doncic. It's rebounded by Dallas. Thompson outside. Irving dishes to Thompson. The kick out to Irving. Kept alive. From downtown, Hachimura grabs the miss. Lakers have gone 0 of 3 from the field to start the game. LeBron against Thompson. Now here's LeBron. Pass to Hayes. And Hayes throws it down.
Well, this is why you have to love the basketball intellect of LeBron James. He is simply manipulating the defense in the pick and roll to get what he wants.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Doncic against Irving. No one near Reeves as he lets it go. No good with the triple. Irving from long range. Hachimura grabs the miss.
And if they know what's good for them, that's the way they'll defend against him every time he takes the ball in the three-point lane.
Reeves gets the bucket.
This is why you run your offense through LeBron. Great vision, great decision maker.
Pass to Washington. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
And Hayes kicks to Doncic. Over Irving. Doncic with the bucket.
Yeah, an offensive player like Luka expects the contact. He's anticipating it, so it doesn't bother him. That's a big-time finish.
However you feel about Kyrie Irving, you cannot deny, Doris, he is an elite player still.
Kevin, there are many who consider Kyrie Irving to be the greatest finishing guard in the history of the game. I mean, left hand, right hand, a little bit of English and polish, big shot maker. And what I love for Kyrie Irving right now is he seems content and happy.
And the definition of teamwork right there on that alley-oop.
And Greg, what about the finish? Bringing it down with some thunder. Yeah. Now, Washington following the three-point attempt by Kyrie Irving to the left side wing. Clock at 4. Goes back up. And the shot no good, a bit short.
And he has definitely been struggling in this quarter.
And you know what? They keep calling his number, and they're simply trying to get him out of this funk.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Dallas on defense. Hayes the pass to Hachimura. Some nice passing here by Los Angeles. James misses. Dallas has gotten just 2 of 6 to fall from three-point range so far in the first. Took him no time at all on that one. Irving's got 5.
How about the athleticism? Kyrie stops on a dime, knocks it in. Some of the best breaks in the league.
Doncic kicks to James. They set the pick. Launches it. That's good from Doncic on the assist by James. Doncic has got his second basket of the game. On the wing, Irving. Guarded by Doncic.
Well, certainly not the best defensive effort, but this guy can't make them pay for their laziness.
Here's LeBron. He's just scored his first basket with that shot, making him 1 for 4.
A monster down low. LeBron James, the rare package of skill, size, and athleticism.
2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Back to Irving. 3-pointer. Washington passes to Gafford. Irving with it. Shoots over Doncic. No good from the left block. A good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Los Angeles on top. They're up by 1. And the second quarter will be on. And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Lakers.
And guys, I love the movement. Doing a great job of just getting the ball on a string, creating some opportunities.
Yeah, and their assertiveness in the paint so far tonight has been impactful. They're really making it hard for the interior defense.
On the court for Dallas here in the second, they've got Daniel Gafford. Washington out there with Davis. Then it's Kyrie Irving, and it's Thompson into the shooting guard position. Irving against Doncic. Back to Hachimura. LeBron sets the screen for Hachimura. Here's the lob, and LeBron flies through the air.
Amazing. Even a little bit off target, LeBron knows how to finish the alley-oop.
Washington kicks to Thompson. Davis with a screen on Reeves. Outside, Davis. Washington with the screen on Hachimura. Pass to Washington. That's in there. Davis with the assist. Washington's got 6.
Yeah, that's next level stuff from AD. He draws the eyes of the defense and then locates the open man.
And here is Hachimura. He's guarded by Davis. Now the Mavericks moving it up the floor. The shot's good from Gafford. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for Dallas.
Their defense has been so aggressive right out of the gate, wasting no time shutting shooters down here with authority.
And the other thing that's working for them tonight, getting out into the open floor. A lot of the damage coming in transition.
Guys, that's just really unstoppable. He poses a ton of matchup problems for whomever he's facing.
Davis finds Irving. Pulls up. Again, the Mavericks score. And here is Los Angeles now. They trail by 3. Doncic passes to James. Reeves outside. Off target with his 3.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Thompson outside. Davis, the pass to Gafford. Irving with it. Back to Thompson. Just 5 on the clock. Tries again. That one, no good. Nice D from Doncic. Takes a 3. Anthony Davis with the rebound. Davis has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Over to the left wing. Gafford with the ball. He's picked up by Doncic. Irving kicks to Washington. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Washington's got the lead up to 6 now for the Mavs. It's been a few years now, Doris, but it feels like point guard is the position in the NBA.
Well, Kevin, we certainly have our share of great point guards. Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they seem to be in the MVP conversation consistently. But the last couple MVPs, you look back, you've got a couple of centers. For a long time, the small forward spot dominated the game. It's really something that's in constant flux.
The shot's good from Gafford.
Well, make no mistake, Klay Thompson is more than just a shooter and scorer. Nice pass there, guys.
Doncic passes to James. Los Angeles with another miss. Now the Mavericks with it. They're on a 14-5 run. Puts one up from 19. A rebound by the Lakers. Hachimura's got rebound number 5 here tonight. 1:03 left to play here in the half. James outside. Hachimura with a screen on Washington. Smooth finish inside by LeBron.
Oh, textbook pick and roll there. James doing a great job breaking down the defense.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Luka Doncic. That is his first foul of the game. And so it's Dallas with it. 6-point lead. Irving kicks to Gafford. Over in the corner, Washington.
Capable of guarding any position. LeBron is also skilled at just contesting shots.
And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Lakers shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game. Free throw good, LeBron.
At the line for the Lakers.
And James drills them both.
What's remarkable about LeBron is the complete command of the game. Not only his team, but you'll hear opponents joke about how well he knows their plays.
Lakers trail by 4. And James picks up the foul. That's his first foul.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
First team foul.
11 seconds left in the first half of the game. Now Irving shoots over Doncic. Here's Gafford from deep Washington. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Thank you, David, and we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. The Lakers trail. And you can never really count out these Los Angeles Lakers, Greg, can you?
No, I really don't think you can. They battle out of the play-in tournament. They overcome obstacles, and they have tremendous willpower.
Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Jackson Hayes is out there with Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the 1. That's the Laker 5. And here's LeBron outside. The Mavericks pull it in. Gafford's got 6 rebounds in the game. It's deflected. Reeves against Irving. The 3 for Doncic. The Lakers keeping it going. A new 14-second shot clock. That evens the score. Hachimura's got himself on the board with 3 there.
What a smooth catch-and-shoot opportunity from Rui Hachimura. Pretty.
Up top, Washington. Gafford finds Irving. Looking to get back on track here. And the shot is good. Irving's got 11.
Listen, he hits that shot on a regular basis. Give credit to the offense for getting him a clean look.
Doncic dishes to Hayes. Tipped away and stolen by Kyrie Irving. Washington against Reeves. Washington kicks to Thompson. Off target from 3-point range. And so Doncic will bring it up for the Lakers. A 2-point game. Greg, you think about oversized point guards, and the gold standard has always been Magic Johnson. Now you look at Luka Doncic, and he's certainly big for that position.
Definitely some positive similarities, right? But the big difference is one of those guys has 5 rings, and that's not a knock on Doncic. This is a team sport, but Magic's ability to affect winning was right there with another MJ, Michael Jordan.
Here's Washington, and blocked. That one goes careening off the glass.
Wow, LeBron James sends it back. LeBron on the defensive end.
Here's Irving. Can't hit from 12. For Los Angeles, they've gone 2 of 4 here to start the second half. To the left wing, here's Hayes. That doesn't go in. Had a chance, though, to take the lead. Down low. Davis, the pass to Gafford. Davis kicks to Irving. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Outside for Davis. 6 on the shot clock. Dallas needs to get off a shot. The shot's good from Gafford.
And I've been impressed with the unselfishness, but also getting guys the ball where they can do something with it.
And he has shown a terrific feel for how the defense is playing him and then taking advantage of that.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Thompson with it, defended by Reed. Lets it go with the 3. And there's Thompson. That's good on the assist by Irving. Irving's got his 6th assist on the night. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively, for sure.
Reeves finds Hachimura. And Davis sends it back.
What a play by Davis. You think you can get it over me? Nuh-uh. Not on my watch.
Thompson against LeBron. Thompson passes to Gafford. Right side, Irving. Back to Gafford. On the wing, Irving. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. Lakers trail by 5. 1:05 left in the third quarter. Here's Doncic. Trying to get open is Hachimura. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. Luka Doncic started off his 2024 Doris with a historic scoring performance.
He sure did, Kevin. He was only the 4th player in league history to score over 72 points in a game. It was the shooting performance of a lifetime, and Luka just takes it all in stride. Incredible. Well, get off your feet and send it home, Klay Thompson.
To the wing on the left, and a wide open look for Hachimura. And again, the Lakers no good. Mavericks leading by 6. Pass to Irving. From 20 feet out. And the foul on Daniel Gafford. That's his 3rd foul of the game.
Loving the energy right now here in the third quarter as they try to take control of this game.
You know, possessions like that will help them feel good going into that final quarter.
Irving against Doncic. Now here is Hachimura. Pass to Hayes. The kick out to LeBron. LeBron gathering speed. That one, no good.
Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
Outside Irving. The second chance effort. And he got that one up in time, but doesn't go in. And that's going to do it for the third quarter. And now let's go back to a play from earlier as we show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
I'll tell you, in today's game, you want skill and decision-making at every position.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this 4th and final quarter. On the floor for Dallas starting the 4th quarter here. They've got Anthony Davis. Thompson is out there with Irving. Then there's P.J. Washington. And it's Gafford in at the 5 down low. Outside, Davis. And stolen by James. Doncic dishes to LeBron. The shot's good on the assist by Doncic. Doncic has got 3 assists tonight.
This is why LeBron's so tricky to defend. Yes, he has the strength to go inside and finish, but he's also got such touch from behind the arc.
Shoots it. He sticks that one in from 20 feet away. And that's now 10 points for Klay Thompson. Reeves outside. Doncic against Irving. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's going to be on Kyrie Irving.
What an up fake by Luka Doncic. He got that defender quickly off his feet.
He hits both from the stripe. Dallas leading by 8. Here's Irving. The rebound by James. LeBron's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. To the middle, here's Hayes. Rebounded by Gafford. Gafford's got 11 rebounds in the game. Some nice passing here by Dallas. Washington kicks to Irving. Gafford inside, covered by Hayes. Here's Irving. They get it back. Out to Thompson. Here's the 3. And out of bounds as the Lakers gain possession.
Lakers ball.
Game moves along. 2 minutes gone here in the 4th. Here's Doncic. Hachimura with a screen on Irving. Lobbed up there for Hachimura. Now the Mavericks moving it up. And here we go. Ignoring the contact, Anthony Davis.
Yeah, the added muscle Davis has put on, helping him on these tough finishes. Flexing on him there.
Over in the corner, Washington. The kick out to Irving. His 3-pointers off the mark.
I don't know if he's tired or what, but he is definitely holding back a little bit, and he has to step his game up right now.
The shot by LeBron, no good. Mavericks leading by 10. To the inside. Davis doing his thing inside.
And Davis shoots a high percentage because he's so adept at playing to his strengths.
Doncic passes to James. The shot's good on the assist by Doncic. Doncic has got 4 assists in the game.
Coming off a big game, his confidence couldn't be higher, and Coach knows it.
Well, the best players, to me, deliver night after night after night. So as long as he's hot, keep riding it.
Washington kicks to Irving. Over Reeves. Pulled the shot a little up, but the bounce goes his way. Irving's got 9 points here in the second half. Hachimura, the screen. LeBron with it. Picked up by Davis. Hayes, no good. And so it's Irving with it, bringing it up for the Dallas Mavericks. Puts up a 3. Out to Thompson. Pass to Irving. Takes the 3. Sinks the triple. Irving's got the lead up to 14 now for Dallas.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
And as a result, they may be facing just a little bit less resistance right now. They are having their way.
Connects from 3-point range.
We often see LeBron James with the ball in his hands, creating for himself or others. That time, a little catch and shoot, the easy one for LeBron.
Thompson misses. Doncic outside, releases, and LeBron gets it to go with the assist by Doncic.
They see the attention Luka draws. That's why his teammates get so many wide open looks.
The kick out to Irving. Shoots over Doncic. Irving misses. And it's desperation time now.
Doesn't matter if it's a 2 or a 3. They need the quickest shot possible.
Guys, they can just sit on the ball here if they want to.
They have earned this win.
And so they foul intentionally.
And you can see where they're coming from by fouling to stop the clock, but really they're just kidding themselves.
First team foul.
On its way from Irving for 2. And so it's Dallas winning this one. And in the win, much appreciated, David. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, and the rest of Let's meet the visiting team, Los Angeles Lakers. At center, Jack.
Both of these teams tonight with a fair share of veterans on their rosters, Brent.
Yeah, a lot of guys coming into this one, BA, just ready for what the game offers up. They have young guys that are watching and getting experience from observation. But the guys on the court tonight, they're going to understand where it is that this game in a 6-minute stretch can be taken advantage of, and that could be the difference in the win.
Here are the 5 for the Lakers. At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. And it's Hayes in at the center position.
Wow, Prince has a little daylight, and that shot looked true.
Doncic against Lillard. Hachimura outside. Back to Doncic. Pass to James. The shot is good. Doncic making the play.
LeBron shooting like that, nothing you can do defensively.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
I was able to spend a few minutes with Doc Rivers, and I asked about LeBron James and how his team plans to stop him. He said, I told our guys that we can't give him any lanes to the rim, because when that happens, everything else in his game opens up. We need to clog every avenue to the basket. Guys, let's see if they're able to execute this strategy.
Thank you for that, Allie.
Well, Hachimura not known as a playmaker, but unselfish play, that is part of his game.
The drive by Antetokounmpo. Oh, and the jam by Giannis.
I think Giannis loves that kind of stuff right there. His dunks sometimes get vicious.
Brent, we've never seen a player like Giannis. How do you stop him? Or how do you at least slow him down?
Well, BA, there's a reason why I'm over here in a suit and the coaches are over there in their suits. That's their job. And Giannis is just one of those guys you hope is having an off night. Force him into as many jump shots as you possibly can. But inside, Giannis is going to get there and he's going to devastate you.
It's normal for guys to jump from team to team, Brent. But Kyle Kuzma has displayed real loyalty.
He clearly is starting to value what culture means and respects the time to build that up. He wants to be part of something special. And when you have players start to think that way, sometimes it translates to the court where they're more consistent and more reliable.
It's stolen by Kuzma. And he drives in. And it's Kuzma finishing it off.
Leaving no room for mistakes as Kuzma rises up.
The Lakers have gone 2 for 5 here in the first. Here's Doncic. The Lakers with another miss.
His touch from mid-range, that's almost always good. That won't shake his confidence.
And the jam by Antetokounmpo.
And not much a defender can do against Giannis there.
And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You got to be a good team to reach that feat.
And so it's Antetokounmpo with it. He brings it up for Milwaukee. Leading by 5. Good. Antetokounmpo's got 6 points.
They're locked in and focused on making each possession a success.
Yeah, that's exactly how they got the lead. They ended up having multiple possessions in a row with good quality shots, knocked them down. The game is fully in their control.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
Los Angeles shooting their first free throws of the night right here. Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, BA. The Bucks know they are a high-level team, but they want to dominate the competition on another level.
Fires from deep. Offensive rebound. Out to Hachimura. On the wing, Reeves. The 3 is up. And again, the Lakers, no good. Here's Lillard. And the dunk by Lillard.
And Damian Lillard one time rising up for everybody.
Lakers trail by 7. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
Doncic passes to James. Kuzma with the defensive effort.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights, that bucket is automatic.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Pass to Kuzma. Down to 5 on the shot clock. It's Prince on the wing. Over Reeves. Prince can't hit. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 4 from deep. Good drive by Reeves. That falls. Nice feed that time from James.
One thing LeBron James can dictate is how his teammates get going. Smart pass there.
Lopez passes to Lillard. Antetokounmpo outside. Rejected by James. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Out to Hachimura. Reeves, the pass to Hayes. James, outside. And finished off by Hayes.
And this is something he does all too well. Great position for the putback there.
And I like how he doesn't think twice about passing it out. Just going right for the slam.
His competitiveness right now is why the teammates love.
So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. The Bucks on top, up 3. After this break, we'll be back with the start of the second quarter on 2K Sports. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And when you consider how the Bucks are doing, guys, your thoughts?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
It felt like they knew that there were openings in transition and just wanted to keep trying to feed that, get out quick.
So on the floor for the Lakers to kick off the second quarter. Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Hayes is out there with Rui Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at point. Pass to Hayes. Outside Reeves. The open shot by James. And that misses. That would have put him up.
I saw a green light there. He's not going to get away with that kind of lapse all that often here tonight.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Giannis Antetokounmpo wants to take on the tough assignments defensively. He said, quote, "I believe I'm one of the best two-way players to ever play this game, and I want to have that challenge, knowing that you gave everything to the game and you gave everything to stop the other team's best player."
He certainly wants to dominate in every way, Allie. Thank you. And Doncic puts up a deep 3. Wow, deep shot from Luka.
Using that change of pace off the dribble, Doncic gets the shots he wants.
And he drops in the layup off the glass. Antetokounmpo's got 8 points.
And you like the balance here, not just falling in love with the 3 ball.
Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis's career, he had to work not just on his game, but his attitude.
And that's true, B.A. It wasn't a bad attitude. He just lacked an edge. The ruthless mindset that all great players have. But, man, once he got that edge, he never lost it.
All right, guys, what's your take on the hustle stats for Milwaukee?
Well, the effort they've shown on defense has been infectious. Everyone on this team continuing to jump at opportunities to come away with steals.
They've done a great job tonight of getting out in transition, so that focus on fast break add to your total in a hurry.
The 3 from Prince. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up. Prince has got his 3rd basket on the night right there. And here's Doncic. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. It's a 5-point game. 3-pointer. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Prince. Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Hachimura, the pass to Reeves.
How about the reach from Giannis that time? He does not make any shot easy.
Pass to Lopez. Prince against Hachimura. Here's Antetokounmpo. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's on Rui Hachimura. Grant, there's a huge difference between talent on paper versus winning.
You're right, B.A., and it comes down to coaching, chemistry, and sacrifice. But I think the biggest thing is effort. All things being equal, the team that plays the hardest is going to win.
Reeves against Prince. Out to Hachimura.
2 minutes remaining.
Left side Reeves.
2 minutes.
Kuzma against James. 5 on the clock. Over Kuzma. The shot by James, no good. Milwaukee leading by 6. No question, this offense has some firepower.
And they're looking very confident in all that they're doing right now.
Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Gotta be careful once LeBron breaks the seal of the free throw line. There's a lot of power and a lot of muscle coming at you. Usually it ends up with free throws.
Both free throws good from James. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
I love Lillard because he loves the game, and this is a guy who just wants to be out there. He wants the ball in the hands, and he tries not to get caught up in all the drama that happens around the game. He's 100% focused on it.
And the basket is good. James has got 7 points here in the quarter.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
Yeah, the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Pass to Doncic. Back to James. Hachimura with a screen on Kuzma. The shot by James, no good.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot in most possessions.
And another miss by Milwaukee. Lakers trail by 3. Back to Doncic. From downtown. Rebounded by Kuzma.
And that's exactly how tightly you have to guard him every time he steps to the arc. He's just that good.
Lillard left side. From the arc. Yes, sir! You can count on Dave from deep.
Great shot from Lillard. He loves finding space around that perimeter so he can just fire.
James outside. Pass to Hachimura. It's James on the wing. Covered by Lopez. James with the ball. 12 points for him. Offline from the top of the key. That'll count. And so it's Milwaukee leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. They've done well to disrupt the opposition, playing inspired defense. We'll be right back with you shortly.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the half-court shot.
Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
Inside, we have Giannis and Lopez. Damian Lillard out there with Prince. And it's Kuzma in at the 3. That's the group for Milwaukee right now. Lillard passes to Prince.
Encouraging to see Doncic hustle like this on defense, wanting to make an impact and doing just this.
To the paint. Classic move by LeBron James.
There you go. He's a monster at the rim.
So athletic. Obviously, he plays on the attack. You know, Grant, after losing in the first round last season, it felt like changes were inevitable for the Lakers.
Yeah, making the playoffs isn't enough for that franchise. They are all about championship success. And anything short of that is a failure.
And Doncic has got the ball here for the Lakers. They trail by 6. And for those tuning in, we're about a minute into this second half. Outside Reeves. Back to Doncic. There's the 3. The Luka 3. Money.
Encouraging to see Doncic sink the 3. Needs to keep doing this now.
Pass to Prince. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Ooh, putting on a show for the fans. Going up for the graceful reverse.
Oh, that had a little extra sauce on it, Grant. Reeves finds James.
Milwaukee foul. Dorian Prince, first personal foul. First team foul.
Third quarter of play with just over 1.5 minutes gone by. Here's Reeves. Pass to Hayes. Yes, it's good.
That play never gets old. The pick and roll will still be an offensive staple 100 years from now. Trust me.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Oh, a dunk and a foul! A powerhouse move! He's got a chance for one more at the line. It's on Rui Hachimura. He's made one and missed one so far at the line.
He could not find the mark from the free throw line in their last game.
And Grant, the combination of Giannis and Lillard, one of the most fearsome pick-and-roll tandems the league has ever seen.
You're spot on, B.A. You surround them with shooting, and you have the makings of an offensive juggernaut.
Prince with the bucket.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth, showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance. Yeah, here's a list of things I don't want to do, and right at the top is guard that guy.
Lopez can't hit. Lakers trail by 3. Here's Hachimura. Sweet little floater.
And Hachimura not letting the aggressive defense hold him up from that opportunity.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Rebound by the Lakers. Hayes has got his 5th rebound in this one.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
On the wing, Reeves. He's got 7. Doncic outside for the lead. Ooh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. That's on Brook Lopez.
Defenders have to play Doncic tightly. He knows that and uses the pump fake to his advantage.
That one drops. He ties it up. In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka Magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
Physical play by LeBron inside.
And another great performance here from LeBron on the offensive end. Man, that is the norm.
And it's Lillard penetrating. The kick out to Kuzma. Lillard against Doncic. And stolen by Hayes. James outside. Pass to Doncic. To the middle. 1:05 left in the third. Lillard against Hachimura. Shot clock at 5. For the lead. Rebounded by Kuzma. Kuzma's got 4 rebounds now. Antetokounmpo, right side. Back to Prince. Pass to Kuzma. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Oh my! Came close to a 4-point play. He'll head to the line for 3 free throws.
Third team foul.
That one on Doncic. This is his 2nd trip to the free throw line in this one. And you know, Damian Lillard, a lot of his points come from the line, Brent.
Well, he does a great job of getting himself there. I think defenders are so in tune with Lillard's ability to drill you from the three-point line. He gets around the initial guy and then into the teeth of the defense where he's very strong at attacking the rim.
Now here's Doncic. 9 points in the game. Oh, deflected. It's stolen by Kuzma.
Yeah, just hold for the last shot. Don't give him another possession at all.
Yeah, hopefully that's what they'll do here. It's what most teams try to execute at this time in the game.
Good things come to those who hustle. He creates the second chance opportunity.
Oh, look at Luka taking the contact and finishing strong. And here's Milwaukee now. Here's Lillard. Misses from close range. That concludes the third quarter. It continues to be an exciting neck-and-neck game. Bucks ahead. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Well, there's a way to break down the defense with the handle, but you can do it with the pass. Prime example of that right there.
Out of bounds.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. On the court for the Lakers to start the 4th. At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. And it's Hayes in at the center position.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lopez. Out left to the wing. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Rebound, the Lakers.
Well, he's using the force, but in the worst way possible right now. He just needs to dial it back and look to work the ball around the floor to his teammates.
Here's Reeves. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez.
Excellent off-ball awareness as Brook was able to get over there and swat it away.
And now we get a little perspective here on how the hustle game has been for the Bucks.
Well, you have to like what you've seen from them defensively. They've done well contesting shots and have managed to come away with some blocks too.
And I feel like another part of tonight's game has been the hustle points, getting up and down, getting second chances, getting transition opportunities. They've been fantastic in that area.
Well, LeBron is a guy who can score from anywhere. He's comfortable taking long-range shots.
Pass to Prince. Kuzma down low. He's covered by Reeves. Lillard passes to Prince. Lillard against Doncic. Lets it fly. It's Hayes with the rebound. Hayes has got his 7th rebound here tonight. Now James. Hayes in the high post. To take the lead. Ooh, LeBron rising to the challenge.
And LeBron carving out position and converting on that opportunity.
Antetokounmpo inside, working on Hachimura, and Antetokounmpo with the stuff. Neither team able to build the lead and sustain it.
After 6 lead changes, it feels like it could come down to one big play.
Pass to Hachimura. Launches it. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Kuzma's got his 7th rebound here tonight. And here is Antetokounmpo. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. The offensive rebound.
And it's another just bad decision on a night full of those. His shot selection tonight has been questionable at best. Look, give LeBron the ball and get out of the way. LBJ again.
Pass to Prince. The kick out to Kuzma. Back to Prince. Here's Antetokounmpo. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Hayes has got rebound number 8 here already in the game. The shot by James, no good. And so it's Kuzma who brings up the ball for Milwaukee. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. James with the rebound. James has got 6 rebounds in the game. 1:24 left in the 4th quarter. The 3. James can't get that one to fall. The Bucks trail. Out to Lillard. Antetokounmpo, a screen on Reeves. And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Hachimura with a rebound.
It's been a struggle all night long from deep, but doesn't seem like he's lost his confidence. He's still letting them rip.
James passes to Hachimura. Oh, gets the 3 to fall.
Wow, that takes steady nerves right there.
Not backing down from this moment here. When the game is close, he kicks it up a notch.
Kuzma outside. Pass to Antetokounmpo. The kick out to Kuzma. Shot clock at 6. The 3 from Prince. Milwaukee, no good that time either. Trying here to put the game out of reach.
And that's why it's important to play this one smart.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. The shot by James, no good. Lillard outside. Pass to Prince to win the drought. And it's in. Oh, what a sensational bucket that brings them within 1. Here's James. So it's a narrow victory for the Lakers, pulling it out for the W. With the late victory, they upset plenty of these hometown. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that'll do it, folks. For Brent Barry, Allie LaForce, and
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to 2K Sports and another exciting edition of NBA basketball. Joined by Richard, two of the dominant teams, Greg, out here in the Western Conference going head-to-head.
And, Kevin, they know each other well. They expect to meet potentially in the postseason, and I would expect a playoff atmosphere tonight.
Now let's check out our starters for the Los Angeles Lakers. In at forward for them, it's James and Hachimura. Luka Doncic out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the 5 down low. Thompson, a screen on Doncic. Van Vliet passes to Thompson. And it's out of bounds to the Rockets as Houston retains possession.
Houston ball.
Brooks kicks to Van Vliet. Off target from outside. Green against Hachimura. Six to shoot. The 3 for Doncic. Şengün with the rebound. And here's Green. He'll bring it up for Houston. Thompson with it. He's picked up by James. Doncic with the steal. LeBron James on the wing. Şengün covering.
This is classic LeBron leaping off the floor for a powerful dunk.
Hey, Greg, where do you think the Rockets are the strongest in their play?
I'd say on the glass. They generally do a good job crashing the boards and going for loose balls. They really value every possession. Yeah, gets a finger on it, but just can't quite come up with the steal.
That's fine. You love the effort, not making things easy for the opposition on offense.
The drive by Brooks. Thompson.
And that's terrific D by Hachimura. He's shown he has the strength and length to match up against almost anyone.
Now here's Hayes. Not a lot of room. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. It goes on Dylan Brooks. Lakers shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. So 1 for 2 that time at the stripe. A slow start here for Houston in this one. Nothing yet up on the scoreboard for them. Green finds Brooks. In the corner, it's Van Vliet. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson.
And count on Van Vliet to hit that three-point shot. He's an efficient scorer from beyond the arc.
Outside, James. Lakers working the ball around now. And it's Houston on the break. Here's Thompson. Oh, that's blocked. James against Thompson. Good D by Thompson.
Gotta applaud the defensive effort. It's not easy to stop him getting in the lane like that.
Kicks it out to Van Vliet. Brooks setting a pick for Thompson. Down low. It's stolen by Hachimura. Thompson against LeBron in the hoop for his third make from the field. He's 3 for 4 thus far in the contest.
A monster down low. LeBron James, the rare package of skill, size, and athleticism.
Thompson, a screen on Doncic. Rebounded by the Lakers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Out to Thompson. Brooks against James. Got a piece of it. They recovered, and so Houston again turning it over. And here in the first quarter with a little over 3.5 minutes played. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
I had a chance to talk with the head coach, Ime Udoka. We talked about the strategy for taking on a guy like Luka Doncic. He told me that the thing is Luka steals all the attention out there, which allows his teammates to find open looks, so we're not going to let him distract us on defense. So it sounds like they'll be focusing on defending against Luka and company. not just Luka. Kevin?
Thank you, David.
And when you think of LeBron, his competitive spirit is, to me, the first thing that comes to mind. All this guy wants to do is win all the time.
Outside, Green. Şengün with a screen on Reeves. Green, no luck.
And he's usually able to score on that type of defense rather easily. Surprising to see him come away empty.
On the wing, Reeves. Hachimura with a screen on Green. Trying to get open is Hachimura. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
Nice play, and you can see they're gathering momentum.
Yeah, but they can't relax. They've got to keep building on this lead because it is not safe.
Shot to stop the run, and Thompson with the nice bucket inside.
It helps that Thompson can score with either hand close to the bucket. Defenders can't force him to one side or the other.
Here's LeBron, and the dunk by James.
Just playing with poise and confidence, and they continue to put points on the board.
And it's because they're not playing in a rush. They're just letting their shots come naturally within the flow of the offense.
Yeah, good job to take it right at
the Rockets shooting their first foul shots of the night here, and he makes the first.
At the line for your Rockets, Thompson, taking.
And he can't hit the second. No one near Doncic. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
One eye on the rim, one eye on...
And so it's Los Angeles going into the break with a 10-point lead. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Lakers.
Showing their energy so far, sprinting up and down the floor, getting out in transition and taking advantage.
And they've also done a great job turning defense into offense tonight, creating turnovers and capitalizing on the other end.
So on the floor for the Lakers to start this second quarter. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Hachimura out there with Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the one. Doncic dishes to James. Hayes the pass to Hachimura. Outside, James. Shot clock at 5. Hachimura setting the pick for James. It's rebounded by Şengün.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
Back to Green. Lots of room. Hachimura grabs the miss. Hachimura's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Oh, a big move by LeBron.
And what an explosive finisher LeBron is, rocking the rim whenever he goes up like that.
Şengün with a wide open look. That drops and it comes off an assist from Brooks. And you hear Richard about players dunking and putting a hurting on the rim, but that iron sometimes can put a hurting on a player's hands too, right?
Oh, and then when you get older, those landings, they can start to hurt too. End of the day, there's a price to be paid for all that high-flying and rim wrecking, and it's worth it. Now, look, a coach is going to trust LeBron James to just put up monster numbers because that's who he is. But it is nice to see him get into a nice groove like this.
And Thompson kicks to Van Vliet. From deep. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Here's Reeves. Poked away. Stolen by Van Vliet. Oh, here we go. Şengün's got the fast break chance. Offensive rebound. Thompson passes to Şengün. And the rejection by James.
And Braun with the block. Look, the shooters are working hard, but he is all over them.
And so James will bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. Back to Doncic. Doncic drops the hammer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. Pass to Thompson. Şengün with a screen on Hachimura. Snatched up. Los Angeles leading by 13.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
LeBron outside. Drives to the hoop. James barreling in for the jam.
Well, part of their game plan was to block out the noise and just stay focused.
Oh, yeah, they're doing a terrific job not giving this hostile crowd anything to cheer about.
Brooks setting a pick for Thompson. They need this. Good work defensively by Hachimura.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
Yeah, straight up, guys. Like, he's ice cold, like freezing. What's colder than cold? But you don't have to shoot it, my guy. It's okay to pass the ball.
Clock at 6. And it's Doncic. That time on the assist by Hayes. Hayes has got 3 assists in the game. Rockets trail by 17. Green taking his time here to the paint. And it's Thompson with the jam.
He's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
And here is Doncic. He has 6. LeBron outside. Green against Reeves. Inside. Here's Hayes. Back to Hachimura. Reeves outside. The 3 for Doncic. Brooks grabs the board. Just 2 seconds between shot clock and game clock. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Van Vliet finds Brooks.
Capable of guarding any position. LeBron is also skilled at just contesting shots.
Pass to Doncic. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Doncic has got 8 points.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
And so a pretty lopsided game through the first half. Lakers on top. They finish off the second quarter with a 13-4 run. And we'll be back right after halftime for the start of the third quarter. We'll see you in a bit.
They're measuring up the shot.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. It's been a clinic out there by James.
In that first half, he was a hot knife, and the defense was butter, sliced right through them.
And when you rip through the D like he did in that first half, you gotta stay aggressive. Keep getting to the rim.
Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Alperen Şengün out there with Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the point. And that's the group in there for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half.
And the instincts there from Hachimura. Notice the overcommitment by the defense and then makes the right pass.
Şengün with the bucket.
See, he had time to line it up, and you know what? He's capable.
Doncic against Van Vliet. Reeves outside. Hachimura the pass to Reeves. Hachimura with a screen on Green. And here's Doncic from the arc. Scored the bucket. He's made 5 so far, shooting a very clean 5 of 7.
And there's no shortage of fight in Doncic. He's a counterpuncher. Hit him with the 3, and he is coming right back at you.
Lakers leading by 19. Hayes finds Doncic. Right around a minute and a half played here in the third quarter. Pass to Hachimura. And he gets the basket. Officials blowing the whistle, so a chance at the line for one more.
Great job by Hachimura to not lose his concentration. Boy, he plays with great focus and energy.
For Houston, they've gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. Van Vliet passes to Thompson. And a miss there on the triple.
This is the definition of forcing it. He's trying to get himself going, but taking tough shots just won't do it.
And he's got his first chance at the line here.
This season, 88% on the line, so he has been in a comfort zone.
Lakers have gone 3 of 3 from the field since halftime. I know Reeves has been accused of hunting fouls before. Richard, do you see that?
Oh, I don't know if it's all on Reeves. It's just the way the game is played. Great players learn how to put you in position to foul them. The goal of the game is to score, and if that's hunting fouls, then hunt away.
Brooks setting a pick for Thompson. Can they get it? And stolen by LeBron. Hachimura against Brooks. Knocked away. Stolen by Brooks. And here we go. Thompson heading to the hoop. And the rejection by James. Şengün, no good. For Los Angeles, they've gone 4 for 4 from the field since the halftime break. Terrific start to the third quarter. Hayes with the screen for Hachimura. And Hayes throws it down.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And guys, to go on a big run, get some breathing space, it has to be a great play on each end.
It's stolen by Green.
That'll be
Not watching the line there. That'll be a backcourt violation.
Los Angeles ball.
Three minutes gone now in the third quarter. Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thanks very much. Austin Reeves went undrafted, but his success comes as no surprise to him. He says, "I've always felt like I belong." Goes back to childhood. His mom once asked him, "Is this confidence or cockiness?" He told her, "You're basically kind of the same thing." Kevin, back to you.
That's something else. Undaunted. Hey, David, thank you. And it's Van Vliet with the ball for the Rockets. Houston moving the ball around. Screen by Şengün. The shot by Thompson, no good.
No matter what looks they get, they just can't convert to stop this run.
This is snowballing for them. They've got to get a good look next time down.
Hey, whatever adjustments they made at halftime, they are working to perfection.
Oh, yeah, I can't agree more. They haven't missed.
A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. Drills the three-pointer. Thompson's got 10 points.
Defensively, you have to live with Thompson making those, because if you get up too close at the arc, Ahmed will blow right by you.
Doncic passes to Hachimura. Shoots a three. Offensive rebound. For Houston, they've gone just 25% from the field here in the second half. They're 2 of 8.
Thompson is one of the best pure athletes to come into the league in quite some time. He's fast, and boy, can he fly.
Houston shooting their third and fourth free throw attempts of the game.
And in terms of team numbers, the free throw percentage is right at 74.
Here's Doncic. He's got 13. .40 seconds left in the third. And Hayes throws it down.
And you gotta respect Luka's passing skills. Just a multi-talented player who is all about sharing the basketball.
Thompson looking for an opening. The open shot by Şengün. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson.
You know what? Sometimes something good can come out of a bad possession.
Doncic against Van Vliet. Out to Doncic. Pass to Hachimura. From outside, off the mark. It's Thompson off the drive, and it's Thompson with the jam.
And how about that? What a sensational finish.
Hey, you got to be able to get some hang time to do that one. And as we conclude the third quarter, pretty much a blowout. It's been a one-sided affair. And let's take this opportunity now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And he's always been the favorite to bag this honor. These kind of feeds are his bread and butter.
That is why he is a point guard in this league. He has the elite passing ability, the vision. You need both to play the point guard.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first three quarters. And on the court for the Lakers to start the fourth. In it forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Austin Reeves out there with Doncic. And it's Hayes in at the 5.
Third personal foul.
And a look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Los Angeles.
Their offense has been a well-oiled machine. They're moving the ball around, playing for one another, and just piling up assists.
And also, guys, they've been showing how dangerous they are in the open floor. When they see a chance to get easy points, boy, they just jump at it. He's just stretching them out. The defense has got to do a better job of staying attached to him.
And the lack of defensive pressure on shots like that is a big reason they're down by double digits.
A three-pointer is right on target.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Pass to James. Fires from way outside. Thompson with the rebound. Thompson's got 7 rebounds in the game. To the middle. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Hachimura's got his 6th rebound on the night, and they blow the whistle for a foul. He was trying to disrupt the fast break opportunity. For Los Angeles, they've gone 1 of 4 since the end of the third quarter. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. Şengün's got 8 rebounds in this game. Pass to Thompson. Şengün with the screen for Thompson. Down low. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Incredible for his age. The decision-making of Şengün GA is very impressive.
So calm when he sees a double coming. Reads and reacts with ease when he's on the block or at the nail. Reminds you of a young Jokic with how he sees the game.
And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Green. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game.
And still early in the period, and they're only 1 foul away from being over the limit. And add that steal to the list of things they've done right here tonight. It's been a dominant performance at both ends. Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
4 on the clock. Second chance shot. Kicks it out to James. This one for 3. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. And there's the basket. Whistle blows and a chance for a 3-point play. Going to the line for 1. Los Angeles leading by 19. Just a little under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the 4th. To the paint. And Hayes throws it down.
And LeBron James will outsmart you. He will open up things for other teammates with the pick and roll.
Green inside the 3-point line. Good. And it's Şengün picking up the assist.
I know what they say, defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
Oh, and there's the alley-oop. And Hayes throws it down.
And certain guys dictate the pace of the game. Doncic, as much as anyone.
In the game. 2 minutes.
Out to Thompson. And some nice passing there by Houston. And a little luck that time, but it drops. Thompson's got 17 points here in the second half. And so Doncic will bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. They have a 19-point lead. To the inside, and Hayes throws it down. And that's a double-double for him now. 11 points and 11 rebounds.
He's just adept at gutting the defense in these sets. Give Doncic a passing lane, and he'll thread the needle.
Thompson for the triple. He can't get it to go. Lakers leading by 21.
And as we head to the final buzzer here, a crushing blowout. Big-time dominance, and this will go in the record books as a gaudy win for Los Angeles.
And this was one that never really was in doubt, I thought, an all-around dominant performance. And you kind of thought that maybe even going into the game.
Yeah, there was a sense of that, and man, they just pretty much blew them right out of the water. A clinic was put on display here today.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for LeBron.
every time there was a big possession or a big play, he was a major contributor. Just a great all-around game.
Green dishes to Brooks. Pass to Şengün. They kick it out to Green. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. To the paint. James, the pass to Hachimura. From deep three-point land, it's rebounded by Houston. We've got 28 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Thompson. Can't connect from short range. And the Lakers can just let the clock run down here. Los Angeles with another miss. Şengün kicks to Thompson.
From Alfred Şengün.
And so it's the Lakers taking care of business here. A resounding victory for them. And all right, David, thanks so much. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. Alongside Richard Jefferson and Greg Anthony.
and preparing for battle. Each guy with his own approach to getting ready for... Thanks for joining us here on Paper Clark, this is a mismatch, but the game is played on the floor.
I see where you're going with that, BA, but I look at the talent disparity between these teams. It's wide and deep. It's a chasm. So I see no opportunity for any kind of surprise here.
So let's take a look at the Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup. Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Rui Hachimura is out there with Jackson Hayes. And it's Doncic in at the point guard. Now here's Irving. Outside for Davis. 4-3. It's hauled in by Luka Doncic. And here are the Lakers. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
Thompson passes to Washington. Thompson in the post. He's covered by Reeves. Outside Irving. 6 to shoot. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Davis from long range. After missing his first attempt, now 1 for 2.
This is what the big-time players in the league do. Anthony Davis just had his team get hit for a three-pointer on defense. He comes right back at him with a 3 of his own. Bang!
Now, here is James. He can't get that one to fall. Ooh, Washington with the defensive effort. You know, Clark, watching Kyrie Irving, he still does things you just can't believe.
His ball handling ability is just remarkable, and his finishing ability surpasses his rush hour handles. And that's saying a ton. He can beat anybody off the dribble. He can make tough shots. He really is one of the elite scorers from the guard position in the history of the NBA. I don't think that's an overstatement. From the angles he finishes, the shots he can make, he's as elite as we've had in the league.
Gafford passes to Thompson. Back to Gafford. Outside for Irving. Pass to Washington. Davis with a screen on James. Back to Davis. Here's Washington. Second chance effort. Rejected by James.
Love the defense from James. When he's engaged and focused, he can block some shots for us.
And how sweet was that play?
Pinpoint pass, set up the alley-oop flush.
Guys, I tell you, there are assists, and then there are delicious dimes. This was the latter.
Now here's Irving. Washington outside. Here's Gafford, and the dunk by Gafford.
Boy, an excellent passer for a big man. P.J. Washington's floor awareness, impressive.
And it's Doncic on the drive, and there's James from the arc. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Earlier, I spoke with Jason Kidd. We talked about how exhausting it is to go up against Luka Doncic. Coach told me, quote, Luka's probably the toughest cover in the league because no one has been able to figure out a way to stop him. We have to just bring the intensity and do our best to slow him down. It's going to take a team effort to get that done. Back to you, BA.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Dallas has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. And he misses the go-ahead basket.
Boy, he knows he should have knocked that one down, especially with the defense not giving much of an effort.
Pass to Hachimura. Stolen by Davis. Gafford with the ball. Thompson passes to Irving. It's going to be on LeBron James. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
On defense, the Lakers. Now Gafford. Clock at 4. Fires it from 18. Bounces high off the rim and drops. Davis has got 5.
Those long arms of AD help him on jumpers. He pretty much can't get to a shot because he's so long and extends on it.
Now, here is James. And again, the Lakers, no good.
This has not been his best quarter.
You know, guys, it seems to me as though he's over-anxious. He seems to be pressing, trying too hard, moving too fast. He just needs to calm himself down and wait for good shots.
Hayes against Gafford. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. James deciding where to go with it. And it's blocked by Davis.
Got to be careful putting up a shot around Anthony Davis.
Outside Irving. It's stolen by James. And they're pushing it up. Oh, that's offensive interference. And you got to be in awe of incredible defensive efforts like this.
That'll put some fear into the shooters, and he made sure to do it early, too.
And at the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Mavericks ahead. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And when you consider how Dallas is doing, guys, your thoughts?
Well, it looks like hitting the boards hard was an emphasis of their attack. They knew how valuable it was to do so.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
So on the floor for the Lakers to kick off the second quarter. At the forward slots, it's LeBron and Hachimura. Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. And it's Hayes in at the 5, down low. Clock at 2, and another shot. They grab their own miss. Outside for Irving. Outside Davis. Washington, a screen on Reeves. Davis, the pass to Washington. No good. Not a friendly rim at all this trip down. The Lakers trail. Oh, there's the alley. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Reeves.
Yeah, just couldn't make the connection, but you appreciate their attempt at moving the ball.
On the wing, Irving, guarded by Doncic. Reeves against Thompson. Back to Davis for 3. Yes, and a nice assist from Thompson. Davis has got 8 points.
Offense has been hard to come by so far. A much-needed bucket right there.
Yeah, it's been a defensive battle, to say the least, partner. Good to see at least somebody got the ball in the basket. Fine.
And here's Thompson for 3.
It's tough to get open in this league, and when you do, it hurts not to capitalize.
Here's Doncic, and it's blocked by Davis. Pass to Doncic. Nice finish from Luka.
You know, as I watch Doncic, I think it's futile to try to distract this guy. His focus and concentration and control of himself is excellent.
Good work there as it goes. All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Mavericks.
They've not been passive at all on defense early on. Challenging shots, and it's resulted in a number of blocks.
And something else I've noticed is how they've been able to cause turnovers and take advantage of them on the offensive end, not wasting those extra chances at all.
Well, last season we saw Luka Doncic score 73 points, tied for 4th most in NBA history, Clark.
B.A., he is so special, and the thing about the 73 he got, it was the most efficient 70-point game in league history. And with how offense-heavy the league is going, I wouldn't put it past him to go north of Kobe Bryant's mark of 81 at some point. He's got that kind of ability.
Out to James. And the go-ahead bucket, no good. The Mavericks have got 2 of 7 attempts to drop since the end of the first quarter. And they blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance at another one at the stripe. And you played for several different coaches with very different philosophies, Grant. Did you have a favorite system?
Well, you know, B.A., I did. I played 19 years, a number of different coaches, but the 8 seconds or less offense back when I was with the Suns as a player, you want to run. And honestly, it's so much fun getting up and down the court like that.
And finished off by Hayes.
Boy, with the basketball IQ of a 15-year vet, Doncic makes plays that even veterans struggle with.
Washington passes to Irving. Gafford against Hayes. And stolen by Reeves. Hachimura outside. And the whistle on the shot. Got some contact there. Misses the shot, but he'll shoot 2. This is his first opportunity at the line this evening. And that one drops. So now they lead by 1. Here's Irving. Thompson with it, picked up by Reeves. Outside Davis. Outside Irving. Gafford the screen. Clock at 6. Irving finds Gafford. Washington outside. On target from range. Washington's got 5 points in the quarter.
Well, he's a stretch forward now with a dangerous outside shot. Washington loves letting that one fly from there.
And he's going for... Oh, wow! Set him up and let LeBron finish.
And, man, LeBron's taking things into his own hands with that alley-oop. Really impressive.
And here's Thompson for 3. And good. Coming on the assist by Irving. Irving's got 3 assists in the game. It's stolen by Irving. Davis with it. Picked up by Reeves. From 13. Davis can't hit. Lakers trail by 3. Inside. Stolen by Davis. And a fast break now. The Mavericks on the run. Here's Thompson. Gafford passes to Thompson. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. James outside. Pass to Hayes. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Mavericks. Dallas leading by 3.
And they can run out the clock here. No need to rush it.
Yeah, don't give them another possession here.
And the call will be against Austin Reeves.
Second team foul.
That's his first foul. And it's the Mavericks with the ball. And here's Gafford. He's defended by Hayes. Outside for Davis. Washington outside. Back to Davis. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. Mavericks ahead. They lead by 3. And we'll be right back after halftime to get the third quarter underway. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. A fantastic game from Anthony Davis in this one.
He's been so disruptive defensively in the first half. His fast hands pick plenty of pockets.
Well, I thought it was a great defensive performance for him so far. He's aware, he's alive, he's alert, quick to react to everything that's going on around him. Can't do it much better than that.
Klay Thompson is out there with Kyrie Irving. Then it's Washington. Then there's Davis. And it's Gafford in at the 5 spot. That's Jason Kidd's 5 as we get into the second half. Doncic delivers from range.
The guard attributes on display there. Luka with one of the quicker releases you'll see in the game.
And when you look at the Lakers, a lot has happened since their championship run in 2020, Clark.
Yeah, it really has, B.A., and I think some of it you have to attribute it to a significant amount of roster turnover. And then you pair that with coaching changes. One of the keys to being successful in anything and at any level and in the NBA, stability, continuity. You've got to have it with your executive management team, coaches, and players. And they've not had that, so the consistency has been hard to find.
Irving with it. Hayes picks him up. 6 on the shot clock. Down low. Here's Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is.
Somebody you can count on. He is an extremely reliable finisher.
He just brings a great feel for the game at the offensive end.
Washington outside. Pass to Thompson. Outside Irving. Davis a screen. Irving, the pass to Davis. A big man slam by the big man Davis.
Yes, sir. AD threw it down easily.
Doncic against Irving. Doncic passes to Hayes. With the floater. Washington grabs the miss. And here's Thompson. He'll bring it up for Dallas. The lead is 2. Irving finds Gafford. Back to Irving. Washington outside. Basket is good. Nice setup from Irving. Irving's got his 5th assist in this one.
That was silky smooth there by Washington. Only takes him a few seconds to lock and load.
And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, free throws are always better than a layup, so I'd agree with you there.
Well, we're into the 3rd quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. Grant, we all know how good Kyrie Irving is, but he's especially lethal in the 4th quarter.
And his clutch moments go far beyond his series winner in the 2016 finals. He thrives in high-pressure moments and has done so his whole career.
On display, the advanced skill set of AD. I mean, when he gets it going like that, he's a hard guy to put clamps on.
Outside Reeves, pass to Hayes. Hachimura from long range. Washington grabs the miss. Washington's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Irving. Fires the 3. Rebounded by the Lakers. 3rd quarter action. Just under 3.5 minutes have passed. To the inside. Washington finds Irving. Hits a 3-pointer. And it's an 8-point Maverick lead.
Doesn't matter if he's well guarded or not. Kyrie knocking it down from deep.
Doncic passes to Reeves. The 3-pointer off the mark. Dallas has gotten 2 of 4 threes to fall here in this 3rd quarter. Here's Irving. Another one falls for Dallas.
You know, they'll take the points, but I'm sure coach will prefer a higher percentage look next time.
Doncic against Irving. Back to Hachimura. Doncic outside. And he lobs it up to the rim. And stolen by Irving. Washington outside. To the paint. Davis getting it done in the paint.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
And, you know, the lead just keeps growing. I mean, this game is not going to get out of their grip. They're going to keep pulling away.
Here's Hayes. No good again that time.
Well, you know, stopping him is never easy to do, but the defense was strong there.
And Davis gets it to go on the assist by Washington. Washington's got 4 assists now tonight. James, left side. Ooh, Washington with the defensive effort. Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits. It may be difficult to open. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Talk about painting a magnificent picture with that dive. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
And they'd love to see every possession end this way. True team basketball.
And as we head into the 4th, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. On the court for the Lakers to start the 4th. Reeves at the 2 with LeBron at the 3. Jackson Hayes is out there with Rui Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the 1. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Hey, you have to have pity for the defense right there. I mean, LeBron is an absolute load down low.
It's both from the stripe. Dallas leading by 12. Pass to Gafford. Out to Thompson. The 3-ball. Offensive board. Outside Davis. Takes the 3. James with the rebound. James has got 4 rebounds now. Out to Hachimura. James passes to Hayes. Doncic outside. Hachimura outside. Shot clock at 3. And here's Reeves outside. Pure from three-point range.
You know, they've got to make him earn those threes. You play off of him, and he's automatic from that distance.
Unloads. Again, the miss by Dallas. Lakers trail by 9. James up top, defended by Thompson. James inside, working on Thompson. The shot by James, no good. Dallas has gone 6 of 14 from the perimeter tonight. Gafford passes to Davis. Irving with it, picked up by Reeves. Washington right side. And good, coming on the assist by Irving. Irving's got his 6th assist of the night. Here's Doncic. James finds Hayes. Outside Reeves. Back to Hayes. And it's good for 2.
The value of good ball movement isn't lost on this squad.
Here's Irving. Fourth quarter of play. We're about 2.5 minutes through it now. To the wing on the left. Back to Gafford. Pass to Irving. Doncic with a block.
Luka's sheer size makes him a mismatch for most guards.
And he's going for the lob. Stolen by Davis. Out to Thompson. And here is Irving. Outside Davis. Back to Irving. And the call will be against Austin Reeves. That'll be a second foul of the game.
First team foul.
We're in the final quarter play here. 3 minutes in.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Pass to Washington. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Outside Irving. Puts up a 3, and they force the shot clock violation. Great D. A minute 50 left in the fourth quarter. Doncic passes to Hachimura. And it's all from three-point range.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
Irving for 3. Nails it from 3.
Never lacking confidence. Zero hesitation from Kyrie there.
Lakers trail by 13. Gafford with the block. Dallas has gone 2 of 4 from the perimeter here in the fourth quarter. And stolen by Hayes. James passes to Reeves. Thompson against James. Oh, LeBron sending it home.
Fighting through contact. Not easy trying to corral LeBron when he's focused on scoring. Good luck with that.
And the clock will wind down on this one. Just a solid effort and a good win for the Mavericks.
Loved how much they moved the ball out there tonight.
Yeah, no one got left out. This was a real team effort.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Anthony Davis.
Well, he was swatting shots all game long, really owned the defensive end and got a ton of blocks and really protected that rim.
Here's Irving. I think a bucket here, Grant, would end this game.
Absolutely. That would put a bow on this one.
Driving to the basket. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
First personal foul.
That one on Doncic.
You know, on the drive, Irvin probably anticipates the foul there or even expects it. He's too sharp to let it surprise you. Unflappable. This guy relishes being the man to put the game away.
Hayes with a screen on Irving. Throws it up high and finished off by Hayes.
Luka's peripheral vision off the charts. Get wide open, and he's going to find you.
Outside Davis. Pass to Irving. So the Mavericks take the win. Even early on in this game, they appeared happy to be playing at home.
And
Allie, thank you as always. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Grant Hill.
And what a matchup we have here in the front court, Greg.
Yeah, each of these teams are anchored by their big men. I think it's going to be physical and highly intensified.
Here's the starting group for the Indiana Pacers. The forward spots with Neesmith and Siakam. Halliburton in the backcourt, Nembhard to his side. And it's Turner in at the 5. Rome in the paint. Here's George. It's rebounded by Indiana. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Excellent recognition from Kelly Oubre right there. So solid, sensing when one of his guys is open.
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight. And here's Halliburton. He'll bring it up for Indiana. It's a three-point game. A shot by Nembhard, no good. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Well, Kevin, I was able to talk with Nick Nurse for a minute. We talked about the challenge of game planning for Tyrese Halliburton. Coach said we have to stay in front of him. The second he gets a step on us, that's when it's going to pick your poison with him. If our guys stay in front of him, I think we should be fine. Back to you.
Thank you, David. On the Pacers' doors last season, trading for Pascal Siakam to complement this hungry team.
And Kevin, it's important in a couple of ways. First of all, he's a two-time All-Star who's got a championship pedigree. The other part of this is Indiana is an equal opportunity offense, so they want to share the basketball. But Pascal brings individual playmaking and shot making, and sometimes that's a must-have in this league.
Here's Siakam after the made shot from Andre Drummond. Halliburton inside the three-point line. And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle and 2 shots coming up. Seems like every time, Greg, we see Tyrese Halliburton, he's wearing a big smile on his face.
Talk about a guy who just loves this game. Halliburton is such an enthusiastic player, and that positive attitude really infects his entire team.
And Tyrese Halliburton, one of the best offensive players in the league, Doris. He is so fun to watch.
Kev, this young man is special, and not only because of the flair and the skill as a passer, the shot-making ability. To me, it's the joy he brings to the game and how that joy lifts his teammates around him.
Now, here's Siakam. After the miss from Tyrese Maxey. Halliburton with it. Now defended by Oubre. Here's Siakam. That one's rebounded by Embiid. 76ers have gone 50% from the field, hitting 3 of 6 since the opening tip. And George gets it to go.
Nice on-time pass to Paul George. He's shot ready. Nicely done.
Now, here's Halliburton. Over Maxey. Halliburton, no good.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
And it's Oubre off the drive. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And what a way to start this game, dominating at both ends of the floor.
And give them credit for approaching this game with the right energy and intensity. This team has attacked every chance they've gotten.
And here's Maxey after Tyrese Halliburton was able to get the triple. Now about 3 minutes gone in the first quarter. Here's Neesmith. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And Doris, when you look at Aaron Neesmith, he is someone that has accepted readily more responsibility over time.
There's no question, Kevin, and what I love is he didn't let not playing early in his career affect his outlook. In fact, it almost added an edge and spurred him to incredible improvement. He's an excellent defensive player. He's worked hard to become a three-point shooter. Somebody defenses must now account for from range. Love the work put in. Well, you love how Paul George finishes on the drive. That is a powerful dunker right there. You just have to love that grit and effort on the glass. No problems battling for the basketball.
Maxey kicks to Embiid. Oubre outside. Embiid sets the pick for Oubre. Back to Embiid. The Pacers pull it in. We've got 1:18 left in the first quarter. Here's Nembhard. Offline with his 3. Philadelphia leading by 8. There's the triple. Again, Embiid missing.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
And the basket is good.
I'll tell you, Pascal Siakam has shown he is more than capable of passing the rock.
Here's Maxey. Siakam against Embiid. Pass to Oubre. Now Maxey. 5 to shoot. Back to Oubre. It's good from long range. Oubre's got his second basket of the night.
But he's got NBA range. There's no doubt about that. Oubre with 3-and-D ability on the wing.
Turner against Drummond. Turner with a screen on man. It's George on the wing. George has got 10 points in the game.
Doing it largely at the offensive end. If the defense does not
Comeback. And guys, what's your take on the 76ers so far?
They just came into this game with the mindset of sharing the basketball.
When you keep everyone involved.
The second quarter gets underway. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. Halliburton in the backcourt. Nembhard to his side. And it's Nesmith in at the small forward. For Indiana, they have hit all 4 of their chances so far. You've seen from Miles Turner.
Inside another big that he was.
Time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. Drummond's got the lead up to 11 now. Drummond's got the lead up to 11 now for the 76ers. Here's Halliburton. That ball. Nice speed that time from Turner. And that's 11 points for Tyrese Halliburton. And it's Maxey with the ball for the Philadelphia 76ers. Excellent defense there from Halliburton. Siakam outside. And the 3 ball is good. Siakam's got his first 3 points of the game.
Well, you love the confidence from Pascal Siakam. Ready on the catch, rise and fire. Nicely done.
Oubre passes to George. And they come right back with their own 3-pointer. George has got a pair of triples in the second now for Philadelphia. Here's Halliburton. He is hauled in by Paul George.
Got to credit the defense. They found a way to stop him, and that's never an easy task.
That one is no good. He is 6 for 11 in the game. Fires from deep. It's hauled in by the 76ers. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. And Aaron Nesmith gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Halliburton against Maxey. Outside, George. Back to Maxey. Shot clock at 6. Greg, we know about the Euro step, but is the decel the next move that's getting more notice?
I think it is, Kevin, and you can see players have quickly incorporated that into their arsenal. It's been fun to watch, man, and I tell you, it creates some uncomfortable situations.
Back to Oubre. From deep, George. Oh, and he almost had a 4-point play right there. He'll go to the line with a chance for 3.
That's his first personal foul.
Well, Paul George is a difficult defensive assignment precisely for this reason. He's going to force you into contact.
Good on the second free throw. And he nails the third. We've got 1:48 left in the first half. Kicks it out to Siakam. And the 3 off target.
Well, the defense clearly was not interested in guarding him from downtown. They're very fortunate he missed.
Embiid sets the pick for George. Down low. The big man Embiid converts inside.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
Here's Halliburton. And he can't stop the run as he misses. Philadelphia leading by 13. Basket is good. He'll get a chance for one more at the line.
That's his second.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
To me, this has simply stated been a complete lack of defensive attention and focus all night long.
Now, here is Halliburton. And Turner kicks to Halliburton. Turner against Drummond. Siakam sets a screen for Turner. Siakam's shot is off.
Boy, you can just see the frustration growing on their faces. Nothing going their way.
It's just been one of those games, and they need to find a way to turn it around before it gets completely away from them.
Yeah, they're rolling right now. That lead continues to grow.
And one of the things that's helped that is they're getting it done on both ends. Terrific focus on offense, and they're locked in defensively.
And it's Paul George with the foul. That's his first foul.
Second team foul.
Screen by Siakam. And it's Halliburton penetrating. Indiana moving the ball around. And once again off the mark by Indiana. Maxey kicks to George. He takes it in. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. It's going to be on Siakam. And this is his third trip to the line tonight.
At the line for Philadelphia.
And both free throws good for Paul George. And here's Halliburton. Looking to end the run. No good on that one. And through one half, it hasn't even been close. 76ers lead by 20. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by. All right, thank you, David. And folks, don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3. And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. It's been one outstanding game from George.
And you know he's going to put up points every time out, but boy, he made it look so easy in that first half.
Now let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Andre Drummond is out there with Embiid. Then it's George. Then there's Maxey. And it's Oubre in at the small forward position. That's Nick Nurse's 5 as we get into the second half. Inside, George. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. It goes on Aaron Nesmith.
You cannot give Paul George these extra chances. This guy is deadly from the free throw line throughout his career.
And George drops them both. And so it's Indiana with it. Halliburton for 3. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Drummond's got rebound number 12 here already in the game. Here's Oubre. That's tipped, and he's able to get it back. Maxey finds Embiid. Here's George. And it's off from three-point range. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
We call that tough points from a tough guy, young Tyrese Halliburton.
Maxey against Halliburton. Maxey looking it over. The shot by George, wide open. Bangs home the trifecta. George has got 30.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Now, Pascal Siakam is nominally a power forward, but his versatility at both ends of the floor allows him to play a number of roles. Siakam says that's where the NBA has been going. It's always positionless basketball, and I feel like I can do anything. And in today's game, Kevin, that means tremendous value for Siakam. Back to you.
Doesn't it? My goodness, David, he is something else. Thank you very much.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
And I think the defender knows once he gets cooking, look out. The bucket looks awfully big to him right now.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Maxey passes to Embiid and stolen by Siakam. And a fast break now for the Pacers. Knocked loose and stolen by Drummond. And here's the break. Embiid with it. Halliburton picks him up. Oh, and the jam by Embiid.
And it's no secret that Embiid enjoys the spotlight. When he gets a chance to show off some, he seizes it.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Maxey against Halliburton. And that's a foul called on Kelly Oubre.
Kelly Oubre Jr.
It's his third foul of the game.
That's his third personal foul. First team foul.
Halliburton kicks to Siakam. Wide open, couldn't capitalize.
The defense there got away with a major lapse.
Left side, George. And it's George finishing it off.
You've allowed Paul George to lock in and get his rhythm. Now you better start to stop him.
And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. For Indiana, they have been on target from the free throw line. They're 5 of 5 in that department.
Yeah, looking over their percentage on the season, I think they will be thrilled with the number in terms of their free throw percentage, 79.
What we know about Tyrese Halliburton, this guy always ready to push the pace. He's got a ton of energy. He's willing to outrun and outwork other guys.
Bobbed up there for Drummond, and Drummond throws it down.
Andre Drummond showing you I am a vertical threat of the cup. Look out.
Siakam passes to Neesmith, and the ball's tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
That's a jump ball.
Outside, George. And then George with the jam.
And putting his explosive athleticism on full display there. George is capable of some highlight reel dunks.
Takes it out to Siakam. At the top of the key, Turner. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Halliburton passes to Siakam. Outside for Halliburton. And the Pacers can't get it to go. Philadelphia leading by 23. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. They get the rebound. George way outside. Can't connect from long distance.
And when you are as good a shooter as he is, you have to have the confidence to take that shot. It might not always fall.
And for most guys, I think you only want to take that shot if you've hit a few in a row. That is absolutely a heat check.
Paul George, he's been the guy making things happen for Philadelphia. That quarter had to take a lot out of him. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. And a look at the 5 for the Pacers to start the fourth quarter. Halliburton in the backcourt. Nembhard to his side. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. And it's Neesmith in at the 3, the small forward.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
That's tipped. Oubre with the steal. Pass to George. Maxey in the corner. 76ers moving the ball around. George against Halliburton.
Oh, yes, sir. PJ making it look easy.
And so it's Halliburton who brings up the ball for the Indiana Pacers. And Turner kicks to Halliburton. Here's Nembhard. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Embiid's got rebound number 8 now on the night. The three from George. It's the three-point bomb. George has got 42 in the game.
Yeah, can't leave any room for Paul George outside. He will deliver from deep.
It's Nembhard on the wing. Here's Nesmith. And right away, they match it with a three-pointer of their own.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Nembhard finds Siakam. No good from outside. Philadelphia has gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. George, no good.
And this is a shot he can definitely make, and the defense not a factor at all.
And it's good for 2.
There's no quitting this guy. He just gives you great effort, and he continues to give you great production.
Here's Maxey. Pass to Embiid. Fires away from outside. Another shot. And there's Paul George on the assist by Embiid. George has got 44.
We call that money from the mid-range. PG doing his thing in the sweet spot.
Got that one up quick.
And he's not going to miss those very often, even from deep. The D has to close out a little stronger on him.
Outside, George. A baseline J. It's rebounded by Indiana. Here's Siakam. And finished off by Siakam.
And looking a lot better now, but still a long way to go to get back into this one.
Yeah, but this run started with tighter execution at both ends, and that'll need to be maintained for them to have a chance to take the lead.
And George gets it to go.
Oh, clever pass there from Maxey. So good at finding his teammates.
Halliburton kicks to Siakam. From the arc. Halliburton, no good. 76ers have gone 5 of 10, 50% from the field. George, and he drew the blocking foul. He'll go to the line for 2.
That's his second.
And we'll get a look at how the hustle stat game has been going for the 76ers.
They've been running away from the defense all game. I mean, loads of points here off the fast break, and the opposition just hasn't been able to adjust to that aggressive play style.
I think one of the things that also strikes me is their activity forcing turnovers, coming up with steals. It has really shaped the tenor of this game.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest, just a total obliteration, if you will. You can safely say mission accomplished now for Philadelphia.
This was a team performing to its fullest capability.
A hugely satisfying win. A game that not many will soon forget. And on the other side, one that I think most will try to forget.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Paul George.
What a relentless scoring night for this guy, in attack mode all evening.
So it's the Pacers now. Here's Turner, and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. Andre Drummond picks one up.
Well, that ability of Miles Turner to draw that foul to me is about him carving space on the interior. Really well done.
Second free throw, no good.
You know, he doesn't shrink the lead as much as he should have. That hurts a bit.
Another one goes. Incredible.
My goodness. 50 for the game.
Yep, he is putting on a show. And Halliburton slams it in.
Tyrese Halliburton is putting in work right now. This guy getting to his spots and scoring with ease.
It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Maxey, no good.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
He is trying to shoot his way out of it, and it might be better for him to pass the basketball at this point.
Halliburton passes to Nembhard. That's good, and it's Halliburton with the assist.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Back to George. So it's Philadelphia winning this one easily. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team by far tonight.
And you got to commit.
All right, David, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Greg Anthony, Doris.
Philadelphia, home to one of the NBA's most All right, everyone. Greetings from These teams have talent up and down the depth chart, Coach. How important is that in assembling a contender?
Well, look, it's even more important, Brian, in the regular season than it is in the playoffs. To get through a long NBA season and get yourself in good playoff position, you're going to need a lot of guys. 12, 13 guys at different points of the year are going to have to be ready to make contributions. Now, obviously, the team with the better starting five will have the edge, but depth can be a big factor even in the playoffs.
Looking at the starting five for the Boston Celtics. The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, roaming the paint. Holiday finds Brown. Porzingis in the post. Embiid covers. Count that bucket.
One of the tallest guys in the league. Give Porzingis the ball there and just let him work.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Well, the head coach for the 76ers gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. I asked him, what makes Kristaps Porzingis such a great player? He said, look at him. He's over 7 feet. He's just a huge guy. Kristaps has serious skill on offense, and defensively, that size can really be a factor. He's a two-way problem. It'll be interesting to see how they play him tonight.
Thanks for that, Allie.
You know, this team relies on Tatum hitting those shots, and that's why he's such a high-volume three-point shooter.
Stan, you look at the Celtics, as high-powered as they come offensively.
No question, Brian. They can space the floor at every position, and any one of their starters is able to give you 20 on a given night.
Boston with the ball. The Sixers getting their last shot to go. Pass to Porzingis. Outside Tatum. Porzingis sets a screen. Shot from the mid-range. And off the front iron, and in it goes. Tatum's got 5.
Yeah, tricky area for some guys, but not Tatum. He can hurt you from mid-range.
Embiid inside. Tatum's there. And then Embiid with the dunk.
So sick, the vertical ability.
That was flat out awesome. He has that effortless knack for getting to the hoop. Now here's Tatum. He's got 5. Oubre with it. Now guarded by Brown. Holiday against George. Drummond, the screen on Holiday. Down low. And the jam by Drummond.
Well, physically attacking the rim is something Drummond does well. And the lob pass only makes it easier for him.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. And, Coach, you look at Derek White, maybe not the biggest name, but he is a winning player.
Yeah, Brian, he's one of the most underrated players in the league. He's got a great feel for the game at both ends of the court. He is tremendously solid across the board.
Now here's George. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis.
Great play by Porzingis. Love seeing the zinger engaged on D.
Here's Tatum. Count the basket. 7 points in the game.
Now you want to get him going as soon as possible. Great way for him to start this game.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he gets into a good rhythm early, watch out.
Now here's George. Pass to Embiid. And slammed it home. And the foul. A chance at another point at the line. That one on Tatum.
He's so tough to stop. Even when you hit Embiid, he possesses the strength to muscle shots in.
And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team.
Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis. They get it back. And so it's Holiday who brings up the ball for Boston. Outside Tatum. Finished off by Tatum.
Poor rim. Tatum plays with such an edge.
Holiday against Maxey. Drummond, the screen on Holiday. And Maxey, here we go. And stolen by Porzingis. Driving in. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Tatum. 76ers trail by 4. Here's Maxey. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis. White for 3. And Joel Embiid pulls it down.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight. That free throw's good from Maxey.
You really can't understate the energy Maxey brings to his game. Not just effort level, but his attitude and how that spreads to his guys out there.
Drives to the hoop. And here's Oubre from the arc. Boston pulls it in. There's 21 seconds left in the first. On the wing, Holiday. Back to White. It's stolen by Maxey. Out to Oubre. Pass to Embiid. Well, a good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Celtics out in front. They lead by 3. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Celtics.
Well, those early blocks are key. They are intimidating their opponents and making them hesitate.
And we got to also mention their intensity on defense so far. I mean, the number of steals they've collected has been substantial.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. The 2 Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. And it's Porzingis in at the center position. Pass to Embiid. George against White. Another shot. George's shot is off. Boston leading by 5. Tatum passes to Brown. No good from outside. The 76ers shooting just 33% so far in this game. Here's Maxey. Drummond, the screen on Tatum. Maxey passes to Drummond. Count it. Good.
Well, if Drummond's going to score, the paint is where it's going to happen.
And we played just over a minute of basketball in the second quarter. Now Holiday, still without a bucket. Porzingis finds Brown. And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Outside Porzingis.
Good work on the defensive end by Drummond, using his size to bother the shooter.
Pass to Oubre. Embiid with it. And growing up in California, Stan, when did you first fall in love with the game of basketball?
Well, Brian, my dad coached for a long time, and I just remember going to his practices and going to his games. I can't remember a time where I didn't love the game.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
You gotta love Tyrese Maxey's approach to the game. He said, quote, "I really have a simple life. I have this joy about playing basketball. I like putting in the work, so I'm extremely focused, extremely competitive, and I'm out here having the time of my life. I get to do what I love every single day, and it's a blessing," unquote. Brian, he's such a positive guy.
Yeah, he really is. Thanks for that, Allie.
Great rhythm to that shot. Tatum right off the pass.
George outside from behind the arc. Drummond passes to Oubre. George outside. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for two.
I like when George uses the shot fake to his advantage because he's good at fooling the defenders.
Philadelphia shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night. George hits them both. Boston's gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Holiday surveying the floor. Outside Porzingis. Pass to Brown. And here's Tatum. 6 to shoot. Ooh, poked away. Porzingis up top. The shot. And he can't connect. He's 1 for 3 in this game. Philadelphia has gone 0 for 2 from outside in the second quarter. Embiid passes to Maxey. Good. And the assist to Embiid.
Ooh, the range of Maxey is pretty impressive. He is consistent from beyond the arc.
Maxey against Holiday. Pass to White. Tatum a screen on George. White can't hit.
Well, you can tell he thinks he should have had that one. Even harder on him when he's got a good look like that and it doesn't go down.
George's shot is off. Boston trailing. Here's Tatum. Oh, look out! Tatum takes off.
The athletic swing man. I love whenever Tatum goes up with force off the drive.
Pass to Embiid. It's a 3-on-3 fast break. There's the foul to try to stop the break, but that'll be a clear path foul. They'll get a free throw and possession here. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. And you look at Jaylen Brown, Grant. Not many wings have the strength he has.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown could dunk over a brick wall, and he could dunk through a brick wall too. It's just so hard to move him off his path when he's on his way to the rim.
George against White. George scanning the floor. Tries to break his ice. Oh, it's blocked by Porzingis. Three-pointer, Holiday. Buries it from 3. Holiday's gotten himself on the board with a 3 there.
Always reading the angles. Holiday's able to find his shot.
Oh, wow! Embiid, so strong.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Porzingis. Tatum with it. Embiid covers. Outside Holiday. Outside White. No good with the triple. Now here's Embiid. He's got 7. Oubre finds Drummond. Back to Oubre. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. Austin, Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be back right after the break for the third quarter here on 2K Sports. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. And you know, Jason Tatum, he's been really making it happen, guys.
When he got good position and they got the ball to him, he was automatic.
Reminds me of the good old days. Feed it to the big and let him work.
Joel Embiid is out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's Kelly Oubre. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's George in at the 2. That's the group in the game for the 76ers.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
Maxey with it. Now guarded by White. Embiid passes to George. Pass to Drummond. Shot clock at 6. And stolen by Porzingis. Holiday passes to Tatum. And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second personal foul. First team foul.
Embiid against Tatum. It's Brown on the wing. Lets it go from deep. Joel Embiid with the board. Embiid's got rebound number 5 here tonight. George for 3. That one falls. Coming off a Drummond feed. George has gotten his 3rd basket of the night.
Yeah, just a drop in the bucket for PG-13. He will roast you from the corners if you let him.
Left side Tatum. And it's blocked by Embiid. George against White. Pass to Maxey. To the middle. Here's Drummond. And there's a 3-second violation.
Sometimes the action speeds up on you a little too much. 2 teammates not on the same wavelength there.
Brown with it. Outside Porzingis. And now around 2 minutes gone by in this half. Here's Holiday. And coach, a perennial all-defense performer, Drew Holiday. Fearsome at that end of the floor in particular.
Yeah, Brian, he's as good a defensive guard as there is. Great size and strength at the point guard spot. You combine that with his IQ and his competitive will, he is a problem on a nightly basis.
And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his 3rd foul so far.
That's his 3rd personal foul. First team foul.
Drummond, a screen on Holiday. And there's the lob. Tatum with a steal.
Oh, that's some pesky defense. Should have thought twice before attempting that pass. Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
How about the anticipation right there that led to the steal? Then he goes straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for.
Here's Embiid. Puts the move on. Embiid just too tall inside.
Yeah, getting aggressive in the paint. Look at Joel putting his size to work.
Outside Tatum. No good on the 3. And so George will bring it up for the 76ers. It's a 5-point game. Here's Drummond. Jaylen Brown with a rebound.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of opportunity you don't want to waste.
Remaining in the 3rd. 2 minutes.
Holiday against Maxey. There's Tatum with the 3. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Holiday. Holiday's got his 3rd assist of the night.
You're calling Tatum a capable scorer would be an understatement. He is an elite offensive talent.
And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball.
Sixers ball.
A little under 3.5 minutes off the clock now in the 3rd quarter. And here's Oubre from the arc. Stan, your coaching career started in the 1980s. How are players different today versus then?
Well, look, players have always shared one thing. They want to be the best that they can be, and they want to win games. But the players now are bigger, faster, stronger, and more skilled. The rules have changed, so the game's a little bit less physical, particularly at the NBA level, but the players are just better.
It's stolen by Tatum. And here we go, the Celtics on the run. Oh, and a dunk by Brown.
Well, check out Brown getting flashy. That'll get him fired up.
Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
Boston leading by 10. Tatum to the rack. Outside Holiday. George against White. And Andre Drummond is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. Third team foul.
Tatum from long range. It's hauled in by the Sixers. Embiid's got 6 rebounds here tonight. For 3, George. Rebounded by the Celtics. 5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Tatum against Drummond. Outside Holiday. There's the triple. Rebound by Philadelphia. Drummond's got 6 rebounds in the game. Here's Oubre. Got it up. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. And so it's the Boston. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And from the 2-guard spot, an unselfish play like this sets a fantastic tone.
Yeah, well, he looked like a pass-first point guard on this assist. Incredible instinct to feel the play develop and set up the score.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. On the floor for Boston, Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown, and it's Holiday in at the point guard position. It's Brown on the wing. Tatum a screen on George, and here's Brown for 3. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got 7 rebounds in the game.
Defensive stalwart so far. That's 6 blocks.
Protecting the rim well. Love the hustle. 6 on the shot clock. Embiid a screen on White. George for 3. Connects from downtown.
And you see the creativity George has. Just comfortable operating in screen and rolls and taking what he sees.
Stolen by Drummond. Maxey with it. Guarded now by Holiday. George for 3. George with another miss.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Tatum a screen on Embiid. Porzingis passes to Tatum. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way.
Having added so much strength, Tatum can take the contact and stay balanced.
All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Celtics.
Well, they're shot blocking. The defensive effort level has been great. You got to love that intensity.
And also attacking in transition has been working for them. I mean, we credit them for running the break well and being opportunistic.
Out to the right wing. Clock at 6. Showing some range. Embiid, nice.
Without missing a beat, Embiid gets the shot up. And that's the work of an assertive offensive player.
Tatum against Embiid. Tatum drives in. Holiday from long range. Knocks it down from distance. And the Celtics lead by 10.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Porzingis finds Holiday. White looking it over. Beyond the arc. And the Celtics another 3.
And he's not taking it easy on them at all. I mean, we all know he's going to keep pouring it on.
And defensively, that kind of effort is just not going to cut it.
Oubre on the wing. And out of bounds. Boston will have it.
Boston ball.
Around 3 minutes gone here in the 4th. And so it's Tatum who brings up the ball for the Celtics. This is the most they've led, 13 points.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Fires for three. It's hauled in by Oubre. Oubre's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Drummond. And Drummond with the jam.
Well, that's about as high percentage of look as Drummond's going to get. Nice job inside.
Here's Porzingis. Okay, do it, KP.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage. Well, he's just not himself right now. He's getting decent opportunities like this one, but just failing to convert.
76ers trail by 13. This one for three. The rebound by Jason Tatum.
Yeah, you wonder what is he thinking right now. He's not shooting the ball well, and shots like that only hurt his team more.
You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken. That's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him. Well, with a comeback out of range, we could put a bow on this one. Good performance for the Celtics.
One area where they set themselves apart today, their aggressiveness in getting steals.
It really hindered their opponent all game long. And of course, it helped spark their own offense.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Jason Tatum.
And how about his defense in this one? He was just wreaking havoc and racking up the steals. Really tremendous effort on that end.
And Brown, the bucket on the assist by White.
Excellent effort on the road. They've literally sucked the energy out of this arena.
Yeah, and winning games on the road is huge, especially when you get them in such a convincing fashion.
Shot clock and game clock, 1 second differential. Oh, there's a killer two-hand slam.
That's an inspired ball club. They fought hard, and during the most important moments, they made big plays.
Yeah, they saved their best basketball for this home stretch, and they certainly earned this one.
Yeah, just an outstanding find by Maxey. More than willing to give it up to open teammates.
Tatum from long range. It doesn't go for him. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. Boy, a nice win on the road. By the time this one was winding down, this building was stone cold.
And you've got it on 2K Sports for Wednesday. Kind of a lopsided matchup tonight in some regards, but everyone loves an underdog.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is the NBA. Anything can happen, and even lower-ranked teams are elite. We could still have a real contest on our hands tonight.
And the starting lineup for the Timberwolves. Conley and Edwards are the guards. Julius Randle is out there with McDaniels, and it's Gobert in at the center, filling out the middle. A 3-ball, and Philadelphia grabs the miss. Maxey attacking. Nobody near George. No good on the 3. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. Edwards with another miss. With a short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
I caught up with Coach Nick Nurse. The first thing Coach brought up, Rudy Gobert, the multiple-time Defensive Player of the Year. Worried about Rudy's length, of course, saying it causes total havoc around the rim. So the counter is lots of threes and avoiding Gobert in the lane. The French center still with a massive effect in the game plan. Kevin?
Thank you, David. And so it's the 76ers getting on the board first. Just 4 to shoot. No one near Randle as he lets it go. And that one falls coming off Conley's feet.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
And now the fast break. Edwards with the ball. Banked in off the glass.
Oh, great work by Edwards to get up court in a hurry and get himself a bucket. Can't let those fast break opportunities get away.
Now, here's Maxey. Just about 2 minutes into the game, first quarter of basketball. Lobbed up there for Embiid. An emphatic alley-oop jam.
Yeah, there is no way to stop him. It has not been physically created a way to stop. His length, his massive hands, he can catch any lob.
Basket counts. Edwards got his second bucket of the night.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He could roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Conley inside the line. Can't nail the jumper. Philadelphia's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Embiid inside. He's defended by Randle. The offensive rebound. Embiid, the pass to Drummond. Count that bucket.
A tall and powerful big. Drummond has a natural ability to finish inside.
Out to the right wing. Pass to Randle. We're about 3 minutes into this first quarter. Randle is screen on George. McDaniels kicks to Randle. McDaniels passes to Randle. And he goes right over Paul George and slams it down.
You got to have guts and hops to pull off a dunk like that. Randle got a lot of both.
Popped up there for Embiid. Stolen by Conley. From about 16, and the Timberwolves tack on 2 more. The 76ers trail by 4. Maxey passes to George. For 3, Oubre. Good on the triple. Oubre's got 6.
A legitimate sniper from distance. Love seeing Oubre Jr. shoot it with such precision.
No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Now, here's Maxey. Still without a basket. Stolen by Michael Conley. Fast break, here we go. The open shot, Edwards. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
And it's really good to see Edwards knock down the mid-range jumper. He continues to work on becoming more consistent from that area.
Here's Drummond. Maxey looking it over. Oubre inside the 3-point line. Drummond. Ooh, what a slam! What a slam!
Gracious. And that's 280 pounds crashing the glass. Drummond bullying his way there on that second chance bucket.
Pass to Oubre. To the middle. He's looking for Drummond and finds him. Hammers the alley-oop through.
Huge target on alley-oops. Throw it towards Drummond, and he'll take care of the rest.
Bobbed up there for Drummond. It's stolen by Edwards. Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for the Timberwolves. He finishes with 9. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for Minnesota.
From the very start of this game, they have been giving the ball handlers trouble, using good pressure to force turnovers and get steals.
And guys, they've also done a great job generating offense from their defense, forcing turnovers and making the defense pay for those mistakes.
Maxey and Oubre, they have the guard duties. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid, and it's George in at the 3 spot. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia.
Still Sixers ball.
Here's Embiid. Rim rocker, Joel Embiid. Minnesota shooting the ball really well in this game, 58%.
And no need to rush on a situation like that. That's just giving away a possession.
Maxey against Conley. Embiid from outside. Here's Drummond, and the rebound paying off as they pick up 2 on the second chance bucket right there.
He's got a knack for those putbacks, so you have to be aware of that defensively. Get a body on him.
Edwards can't hit.
Really thought he had this one, and the defense, they were giving it to him.
Oubre finds Drummond. It's hauled in by Edwards.
Just enough resistance to force the miss. Barely. That's one he'll generally make.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Rudy Gobert continues to embrace the challenge of elite rim protection. He said competition is what it's about. Sometimes I'm going to get dunked on, and sometimes I'll get the block. But I'm not going to stop coming and doing what I do. I'll be there every time. Kevin?
David, just like you. Thanks so much. The muscle from Edwards.
And unbothered by the contact inside, Edwards plays the game with so much physicality.
Outside for George. Oubre against Edwards. Back to Oubre. Rudy Gobert with the rebound. Timberwolves leading by 3. Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. You know, fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate. And you know, George is a tough cover. The length, the range, smooth athlete, very difficult to match up with.
Out to Edwards. Edwards with a tough shot.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
Outside, George. Back to Maxey. Drummond sets the screen for Maxey. 6 on the shot clock. George against McDaniel. And they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot. 24-second violation. There's 1:59 left in the second quarter. Outside, Edwards. That's in there. Conley with the assist. Now it's a 6-point Timberwolves lead.
It's simple, guys. Keep getting Edwards the ball and just let Ant cook.
Here's Minnesota. They've outscored him 10 points to 2 during this run. Randall gets to Conley. Right side, Edwards. That's to Randall. Back to Edwards. 6 to shoot. Oubre. Edwards, no good.
Normally he drains that.
From deep, George buries the long-range jumper. George has got 5 points now in the quarter.
How about the quickness there from George, pulling up before the defense can get set.
Randall surveying the D. And Philadelphia grabs the miss.
That was a good look for him from mid-range, but just couldn't make the defense pay.
George passes to Oubre. Three-pointer. And it's George missing. They have a chance to go 2 for 1 here.
Let's see how they play the clock.
And Gobert kicks to McDaniel. Back to Gobert. Ball's knocked loose and stolen by Drummond. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. George, that's a two-pointer. And good, and it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down. 7 points for Paul George. Oubre against Edwards. There's Anthony Edwards, and Edwards slams it in.
And how about the athleticism from Edwards rocketing off the drive there for the slam.
Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for Minnesota. He's been a major threat from three-point range. Got 2 of them to fall in that quarter. Back right after this. Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
Well, he left his mark on that first half with his quick hands. Great sense of timing to pile up the steals.
Not only does he have solid defensive instincts, he just plays extremely hard. And I know people might not realize this, but that is a skill, and it is very difficult for the opposition. It is a recipe for disaster.
And on the floor for Chris Finch as we get into the second half. Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Randall out there with Gobert, and it's Conley in at the point guard. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's his first foul. Timberwolves leading by 5. Conley the pass to Edwards. A three-pointer off the mark.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
And it's George missing. And so Edwards will bring it up for the Timberwolves. Conley finds Edwards. Launches a 3. Rebound by the 76ers. George with the ball. Picked up by Edwards. Outside, Maxey. Back to George. A three-pointer, no good. Minnesota's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Open shot, Randall nails the wide-open jump shot. Randall's got the lead up to 7 now for Minnesota. Inside. And there's Paul George on the assist by Maxey. George has got his 3rd bucket of the night. Pass to McDaniels from past the arc. Paul George grabs the miss. George has got 4 rebounds now tonight. It's stolen by Gobert. And now Randall pushing it up, and no one back to stop him. And Randall throws it down.
Not enough defense there. Allowing Randall to get that close is a recipe for disaster.
Maxey passes to Embiid. Randall grabs the board. Minnesota leading by 7. No stopping him there. Jams it in as he's fouled. Chance now for a 3-point play. Andre Drummond picks one up.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the 2-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Hey, Kevin. This summer we saw the NBA break up its draft into 2 days. The next idea a bigger break between the draft and the start of free agency. The common thread is giving front offices more time to strategize around these highly consequential decision periods in the NBA calendar. Kevin?
Interesting, DA. Thank you.
And we've seen Randall add a three-point shot. However, this is the area of the court he's most comfortable, that mid-range.
The three from George. Another miss by Philadelphia. Now the Timberwolves with it. Big run right now going for him, 11-2. Conley finds Edwards. Shoots over Oubre. Edwards, no good.
I think the defender really affected that shot.
Embiid with it. Conley picks him up. Embiid against Conley. Count that one. And the Timberwolves lead has been cut down now to just 10 in the basket from Embiid. Here's Randall. And Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got his 5th rebound in this one. Maxey passes to Embiid. Stolen by Michael Conley. It's Edwards on the wing. Randall outside to the inside. Embiid with the steal. And now the fast break. Embiid with the ball. And it's Drummond missing.
Yeah, and that was lining up to be a huge alley-oop, but they just couldn't quite connect.
Just go to show how tight your timing needs to be on this kind of play.
Flying high. Anthony Edwards, ladies and gents, cleared for takeoff.
Maxey passes to Drummond. It's stolen by Gobert. And now Minnesota on the fast break. Bobbed up there for Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
And Drummond kicks to Embiid. Drummond with a screen on Randall. Embiid off the bounce, and he uses the glass on the layup. Embiid's got 4 points this quarter.
Just come on. Like, how do you stop Embiid? Just using that bounce right there, just unreal.
Too open that time, made it look too easy. And the Timberwolves lead by 15. Philadelphia has gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Stolen by McDaniels. Edwards inside, working on Drummond. Gobert, no good. Outside, Maxey. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Michael Conley picks one up. This is his first free throw of the game. The first one falls. And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
For a star like him, you get lots of opportunities at the line, and he's great at cashing them in.
And so it's the Minnesota Timberwolves. 13 points up at the end of the period. They've excelled. And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. The 76ers trail by 13. Running the wings, it's Oubre and George. Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. And it's Maxey in at the 1 spot. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Outside, George sinks the three-pointer. George has got the first basket as we get going in the 4th for the 76ers. Edwards with it. George picks him up. Conley with a wide-open look. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. And here's Embiid. He'll bring it up for the Philadelphia 76ers. Randall against Maxey. Here's Embiid. Embiid owns the lane.
Look, inside, Embiid just has all the tools for success. The height, the power, and more importantly, the tenacity.
Here's Edwards. It's hauled in by the 76ers.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
Tough to watch those miss. I'm sure they'll convert the next chance.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Timberwolves.
Oh, they've done a lot of damage in transition. Every time they see a chance to push the tempo, they're gone.
And also, they've made it a point to push it off turnovers. They're playing smart and alert, capitalizing on mistakes.
The 76ers trail by 12. Outside for George. And they come right back with their own three-pointer.
That last three must have bothered George a little bit. He goes to the arc with a purpose and fires off his answer.
Maxey finds George. Drummond with a screen on Edwards. From deep, George. Second shot opportunity. And it's Drummond missing. Timberwolves leading by 9. Randall from outside. And again, Minnesota with the triple.
And showing he can make plays for others. Edwards moving it with conviction.
Stolen by McDaniels. Wants to get it to Randall and does. That shot, no good. For Philadelphia, they've gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the fourth quarter. And it's Drummond with the jam.
Once Drummond gets the ball there, you can kiss it goodbye.
Floats it up for Randall. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Randall. We're in the fourth quarter here, just under 2.5 minutes gone. Maxey kicks to Embiid. Misses the three.
That is not the shot they needed there. You got to work it around and get a better look.
Minnesota again turning it over.
Horrible mistake right there. You hate to see unforced turnovers like that.
The 76ers trail by 10. Embiid the screen to the paint. Yeah, Embiid is a big target.
It's near impossible trying to guard Embiid in the pick and roll. He's just so clever.
From about 19 feet, the shot's good. Edwards got 30 points.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
And it's Drummond with the jam.
And the pass there floated it up to the precise spot it needed to be.
And no messing around on the finish. He powers it through. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've got about 3.5 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Embiid with the screen on Conley. Here's Maxey. Buries it down low.
Maxey just completely disregarding the defense because he can.
Edwards dishes to McDaniels. Out to Edwards. Float loose.
This is a do-or-die possession. They have got to get points.
Anything other than a make is game over. This is where you lean on your stars to get you to the finish line.
Gobert the pass to Randall. Oh, the lob to Gobert. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound. Philadelphia has gone 2 of 5 on three-point shots since the end of the third quarter. Drummond sets the screen for Maxey. He's looking for Drummond and finds him. Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
And how about Drummond's ability to stay calm under pressure? That will always make your coaches happy.
It's stolen by Gobert. Conley for 3. Buries it from three-point range. And the Timberwolves lead by 7.
Relentless in their approach, even with the game firmly in hand.
No let up with these guys. They're going for the throat now.
Down low. Yes!
With the ability to make plays from the wing, Paul George is a complete offensive player.
And Minnesota has possession. To the paint. Here's Drummond. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation. 12 seconds left in the game. Here's Conley. And so the Timberwolves take the win. They seem to relish their role. Thank you, David. And that about wraps it up. And so for Richard Jefferson, Greg Anthony,
And out on the floor, shaking off the pregame jitters, these guys getting all set for tip-off. Greetings, folks. Thanks for tuning. And the highlight of this game could be the matchup at the 5-spot, Clark.
You know, Brian, we've seen strong play at the center position these last few years, and we've got two bigs who can each take over a game, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun watching them square off.
And the starting group for the Celtics. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the center position.
It's like running into an immovable object. Gobert setting that pick nicely.
So it's Boston now, following the score by Minnesota.
B.A., the one-hand dunk just looks so fluid.
Yeah, and absolutely. Even smooth when he's powering it home like that.
Part of what makes him unique, guys, that combination of power and polish.
Now the Celtics on the move. Holiday passes to Tatum. Outside, Brown. Back to Tatum. With the drive. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. One thing you can say about Boston, Grant, they know how to put a team together.
Yeah, the Celtics' consistency of winning is just impressive, both now and throughout their entire history. They are really the gold standard in this league, and it's mostly because of great draft picks and great trades.
Randall, the pass to Edwards. Fires in the triple.
And, you know, for Edwards, it's about hitting the 3 consistently. This will help take his game to the next level.
Holiday against DiVincenzo. Porzingis with a screen on DiVincenzo. Poke loose. Randall with a steal. Here's the break. Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Misses the baby hook. And Tatum's got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. First quarter, just over a minute and a half in. Pass to Brown. White against Randall. Just 5 on the clock. Back to White. Lets the 3 fly. And it's Gobert with a rebound.
That's his shot. And one, I'm sure, he wants back.
Right side, McDaniels. Here's Randall. To the wing, right side. It's McDaniels on the wing. Back to Randall. Goes back up. Rebounded by the Celtics. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I caught up with Coach Chris Finch. We discussed just how difficult Jason Tatum is to guard and what he wants his team to do against him. And Coach told me he's a very talented and polished player. I told our guys to stay in front of him, don't fall for the pump fakes, play smart and under control. It's easier said than done, but we'll see if they're up to the task. Guys, back to you.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Now here's Brown. Pass to Holiday. Tatum, a screen on Edwards. 3-pointer, Holiday knocks down the long J.
There you see the creativity. Holiday is so good at reading pick and rolls and breaking defenses down. It's hard to corral him when he's got the ball in those situations.
And that's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Porzingis misses.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lay-in.
And he might not blow you away with numbers, but there's a reason why McDaniels is on the floor so often, Clark.
Hey, B.A., I love his versatility at both ends of the floor. He knows exactly what's needed from him by his team. He gives it to him. He doesn't need a lot of touches. He just plays the game. Love his motor. Love his consistency. He is the epitome of a value-utility guy.
Now here's Tatum. Inside. Outside Holiday. Outside Tatum. Brown, a screen on McDaniels. Tatum from long range. It's rebounded by Minnesota. 1:05 left in the first quarter of the game. Here's Edwards. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound. Boston trailing. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Here's Brown, and the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. They'll pin that one on Julius Randle.
Well, I like the fact that the energy that Brown plays with makes him a guy that does a good job getting to the line.
And both free throws good for Brown. Clark, with Minnesota being a major player in the West now, Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, B.A. That's the name of their fan base. And, yeah, they're excited, and for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for.
Now here's Gobert. Edwards for three. The offensive rebound. Gobert finds McDaniels. For three, Randall. Porzingis grabs the board. Boston has gone 1 for 3 from beyond the arc. Outside Tatum. The kick out to White. Launches a three. It's rebounded by Anthony Edwards. It's McDaniels on the wing. Back to Edwards. Launches it from deep. 1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. Celtics out in front, up by 1. And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. All right, guys, what do you think about the Celtics here in this one?
Well, we've watched them force their way to the line, and it seems to be working so far.
Yeah, this is how you can keep a crowd quiet, though. I mean, methodically score at the line and take some of that energy away from the fans. They don't like to have the action stop and the opposing team scoring.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. The 2 Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 down low. DiVincenzo, pass to Randall. And out of bounds. Boston will have it. The Celtics with the lead. Tatum looking it over. Outside White. Outside Holiday. Outside Tatum. Off target with the 3. And the Timberwolves with possession here. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Well, the Timberwolves, no doubt, a team to be reckoned with. Coach Chris Finch said, we come in every single night and compete. No matter what the circumstances are, we expect to win. We root for each other, so I feel like we have all the makings of a tough team.
And they have reason to be confident, Allie. Thank you. Porzingis passes to Tatum. Takes a 3. And Tatum buries it from long distance.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
Yeah, and the lead has changed hands, and it just hasn't stayed in those hands very long when it's changed. Back and forth we go.
Oh, they get a hand on it. Out of bounds. Timberwolves ball as Minnesota keeps possession. And here's Edwards outside. Looking at lineups around the league, Grant. Seems like they're becoming more positionless than ever before.
Yeah, you're spot on, B.A. To the point where some people feel all-star voting shouldn't be by position anymore. It should be by merit.
For 3, DiVincenzo. Porzingis grabs the board. Boston has gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. The kick out to White. On the wing, Tatum. The ball's knocked loose. And that's out of bounds. Last touch by DiVincenzo. Here's Tatum. Ooh, rugged finish from Tatum.
Tell you what, Tatum using his length for positioning inside, able to operate well in the paint.
Edwards with it, picked up by Tatum. Gobert with it. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there, just takes his 2 points, moves on.
Hey guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
Tatum passes to Brown. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Pass to Gobert. And there's the foul. It's on Rudy Gobert. That's his first foul.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
No question about it. No flop there. That was a direct shot to the chest.
White against Edwards. White, the pass to Porzingis. Outside, Brown. Oh, rejected by McDaniels.
The length of McDaniels, a big factor at both ends.
Gobert with a screen on Tatum. Randall, the pass to Gobert. And it's Gobert in the comfort zone.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Holiday against DiVincenzo. And Holiday, here we go. Shoots from the elbow. And Tatum, the bucket on the assist from Holiday. Tatum's got 9.
You can't exhale at all as a defender on Tatum. Mid-range, not his go-to spot, but he took advantage there.
On the take, Edwards. Outside for Randall. The 3. Kept alive. Jacks up a 3. He can't hit that time. The Celtics have got 3 of 6 shots to go here in the second quarter. Randall against Tatum. From deep. JT for 3.
Really smooth release from Tatum on that 3. Makes that shot look effortless.
Now here's Gobert. He has 6. The 3, DiVincenzo. And the three-pointer goes. DiVincenzo's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Holiday passes to White. Trying to come right back with a 3 of his own, but it's no good.
If they take their time, this will be the final possession of the quarter.
Yeah, they've got to hold for the last shot here.
Outside Tatum. It'll count. And so it's Jason Tatum making highlights for Boston. He put together 10 points in the quarter. And don't go far. We'll be right back. And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. And you know, Jason Tatum, he's been really making it happen, guys.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
And is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at the 1. So that's the lineup from Minnesota. Just 5 to shoot. White for 3. It's rebounded by Minnesota. Gobert's got rebound number 11. All right, Clark, how about Rudy Gobert? What consistency rebounding the ball.
Yeah, averaging double digits pretty much every season, BA. And that helps them in the battle of possessions, obviously. And it also helps them control pace. You've got a guy who eats glass like that and defends at a high level. You got something real good for yourself.
Outside Holiday. There's Tatum with the 3. Gets the 3 to fall. Tatum's got 15.
Tatum clearly putting on a show in this one. Doing it all.
The kick out to Edwards. Outside McDaniels. Pass to Randall. Back to Daniels. Randall, a screen on Brown. Now here's Gobert. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
And this is the absolute wrong time to stop communicating. They have to get in sync.
Celtics lead by 3. Outside Tatum. Brown, a screen on Randall. Pass to Brown. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Now DiVincenzo. Gobert inside. Working on Porzingis. And Gobert with the bucket on the assist by DiVincenzo.
From in close, it's game over when Gobert has the ball.
And here's Tatum. It's Brown on the wing. 4 on the clock. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. And now the T-Wolves on the break. And here's Edwards outside. It's Edwards on the wing. The triple hits for Edwards.
And, you know, succeeding in the catch-and-shoot game will really help Edwards set up his drives to the hoop.
And the call will be against Jason Tatum. That's his first foul.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
And not afraid to put his body on the line either. He took a shot for the team in that situation.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Brian, Anthony Edwards, his disposition just brightens a locker room. Coach Chris Finch said he's an absolute joy to coach. Always in a great mood with a great smile. It doesn't matter if he plays well or he doesn't. Every day he has the same approach and the same attitude.
And he wants to be great, Allie. There's no doubt about that. Back to Randall. Tries yet again. Driving inside. And that's 2 points on the layup. And it's a 4-point Minnesota lead.
And with the shot clock nearing 0, Randall calmly sinks one.
White to pass to Tatum. Brown with a screen to stop the run. The kick to Tatum. On the wing, Holiday. DiVincenzo with the steal. Fast break, Minnesota. White with a steal. Now the Celtics on the move. And out of bounds, Minnesota will have it. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the third quarter. Randall against Tatum. Pass to Gobert. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got his 5th rebound in this one. Tatum against Randall. Tatum drops the hammer.
Tatum, like most players, is best when he's aggressive and attacking the basket.
And here's Randall. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. Since halftime, they've only allowed 5 points. Pass to DiVincenzo. 6 to shoot. Back to Randall. From deep three-point range. Offensive rebound. Outside Edwards. Three-pointer off the mark.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. Just missed it. I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
Counted.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
Celtics trail by 4. Tatum passes to Porzingis.
You know, guys, KP sometimes is just overwhelming. I mean, when he gets good positioning, he sometimes just forces the defense to foul.
Boston shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. Both free throws good from Porzingis.
It can help a big man's game to hit those free throws. It keeps the defense from getting too aggressive.
Gobert passes to Randall. Back to Gobert. McDaniels from long range. And that's not going to go. We're at the end of the third quarter, and we've still got a close one. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, and with the accuracy to go along with that vision. I mean, he put the ball in the absolute perfect spot. That's how you orchestrate.
3 tense quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the 4th. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the 4th quarter. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. The perimeter pair is White and Brown. And it's Holiday in at the point. Gobert, book it. And it's Randall with the assist. Randall's got 6 assists now in the game. Celtics trail by 7. Holiday looking for an opening. The kick out to White. Outside Porzingis. Off target from three-point range. The Timberwolves shooting around 39%. They'd like to get that higher. Edwards, a pass to DiVincenzo. Here's McDaniels. Outside Edwards. 5 to shoot. Randall on the screen. 13 feet out. Edwards, no good.
Tell you what, that is a missed opportunity from mid-range for sure. With as little defense as was shown, should have made that one.
Porzingis with a screen on McDaniels. Oh, look out! Porzingis!
Outstanding work from Porzingis that time, creatively sending that one home.
White against Edwards. Gobert with a screen on White. And Edwards, here we go. Basket's good. Edwards has got 5 points in the quarter.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Pass to White. Brown with it. McDaniels covering. Brown against DiVincenzo. To the middle. The kick to Tatum. The three is up. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Holiday. Holiday's got 3 assists now in this one.
Well, I like how Tatum had his hands up and ready to go on that catch and shoot. Well done.
And here's Brown for 3. It's rebounded by Rudy Gobert. Gobert's got 15 rebounds here tonight. Here's Edwards. Good work defensively by White. Celtics trail by 4. Tatum inside, guarded by Edwards. Back to Tatum, beyond the arc. That misses. He's 7 for 14 on the night. For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of 5 since this fourth quarter started. Gobert with a screen on Holiday. DiVincenzo, pass to Gobert. Uses the glass to finish the layup. And the Timberwolves lead by 6.
Gobert filling up all the stat categories in this one. What a well-rounded player.
Pass to Holiday. Over Randall. Boston again missing.
You know he wants that one back. I mean, more often than not, he'll sink that mid-range jumper.
Edwards. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. That one on White.
Already growing a reputation as one of the game's most notorious trash talkers, Edwards is just having fun out there.
1:35 left to play in the fourth. Porzingis against Gobert. Outside Tatum. Porzingis with a screen on Randall. Back to Porzingis. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
Man, I love watching Tatum break down the defense in the pick and roll, exploits any passing lane that's available to him.
Here's Edwards. To the paint. Here's Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
This is what he gives you night in and night out. Stellar production at the offensive end.
Left side Porzingis. Pass to Tatum. And stolen by Edwards. Outside, DiVincenzo. Down low. Tatum with a steal. There's 38 seconds left to play in the fourth. Holiday passes to Brown. Tatum a screen on McDaniels. And here's Brown for 3. Rudy Gobert with a rebound. Pass to Randall. Back to Edwards. Plenty of space. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
Misses there. So we see the Timberwolves taking the W here. A clean win, and one where they clearly showed better energy. All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson.
And in the locker room, each guy has been going over and through. It's the NBA. There should be plenty of action down in the painted area tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
And the starting lineup for the Timberwolves. Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. And it's Conley in at the point guard position. Here's Halliburton. Off to a good start as he hits his first shot attempt.
Yeah, give Halliburton credit for staying with the play. You've got to be able to fend off that defense and still finish.
Out to Edwards. Mathurin against McDaniel. Over in the corner, Randall. Back to McDaniel. Siakam pulls it in.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
And they should, because it's when you start turning down that kind of look that your offense can start to bog down a bit.
Now Conley, following the three-point attempt by Tyrese Halliburton. Gobert finds Conley, and another three for Minnesota.
I'll tell you, you give Conley the ball and trust him to make the right decision.
Mike Conley was drafted, Doris, back in 2007. And somehow, someway, he's gone his whole career without receiving a technical foul. Heck, you and I have received technical fouls over here, but not him on the floor.
Kevin, that is an impressive feat. And it's also probably why he's won the NBA Sportsmanship Award more than anyone else in the history of the league, and why we will never win it.
Offensive rebound, and Gobert kicks to Edwards. Off target with his three. And Siakam has got the ball here for the Pacers. A shot by Nembhard, no good. And so just over a minute and a half played. Edwards dishes to Randall. Edwards looking it over. There's the three. Randall no good.
He is too good a shooter, guys, to be left open like that. The defense just dodged a bullet there.
Scooped up. Outside for Halliburton. Indiana again missing. Minnesota's gone 2 of 5 from three-point land here in the first quarter. Conley with the three. Out to Edwards. Turner against Randall. Just 5 to shoot. Outside Conley. Shoots over Nembhard. Out to Conley. Shoots over Nembhard. Conley gets the bucket. Conley's got 5 now.
Well, smart shot selection from Mike Conley, right? Just get into your mid-range bag and complete the play. He does so there.
Knocks it loose. Randall outside. Has to Gobert. For the three. And Conley gets it to go. The assist by Gobert. He's got 8.
Boy, you've got to love when Mike Conley shoots it with confidence, goes to the catch-and-shoot game. All right, Mike.
And that's a little lack of fight at the defensive end.
Absolutely. At least on that slam, you're right. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
Right. You could see on that possession, one side playing with a little desperation, the other side losing focus.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, Mike Conley's leadership is huge for the Wolves. Rudy Gobert says his presence on the court, but especially in the locker room, is invaluable. Coach Chris Finch said he's given us everything and more. Conley says to have this kind of trust from everyone is why I'm here. This is what I'm supposed to do. Kevin?
He is a class act. David, thanks. And Greg, we know the Pacers have to improve defensively, but where do they start?
Candidly, Kevin, I feel like they're too soft. Giving up offensive rebounds, cheap fouls, they've got to be tougher mentally and physically, especially on the interior.
Now here's Edwards. He has yet to score. Shoots over Nembhard. Gobert, the pass to Conley from outside the arc. That's another one for him. His 5th in just 7 shots.
crushing it right now. They've done an excellent job of spacing the floor.
And what surprises me is the defense hasn't done anything to take away that three-point shot. That has been their preferred weapon tonight. What a terrific play by just a tremendous all-around player. This guy makes it look easy.
5-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. Fires from the wing. Outside for Randall. Outside Edwards. Pass to Conley. Halliburton with the steal. At the elbow, it's Turner. Mathurin with the ball. It'll count. And that one released in time, but no good. And so it's Mike Conley making highlights for Minnesota. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
Well, they haven't wasted any time getting into a groove from deep, putting up and hitting a healthy amount of three-pointers thus far.
And the other thing I love, how they're making the extra pass. They're not settling for the first shot. They're going from good to great.
The perimeter pairing with Nembhard and Mathurin. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. And it's Halliburton into the point. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Pacers. And here's Randall after Miles Turner was able to get the triple. Top of the key. Edwards, no good. Pacers trail by 5. Halliburton on the wing. Here's Siakam. Outside for Halliburton. Siakam, a screen on McDaniel. Halliburton drives in, and he makes that one. Halliburton's got 8.
Boy, Halliburton going downhill on the attack. So few guys can stay in front of him.
Well, Doris, before he started playing basketball, Siakam was on the path to priesthood. And there are a lot of GMs in the NBA saying, amen, that he chose basketball.
Kevin, this young man actually attended a seminary and didn't pick up a basketball until he was 16. But even with that, he's built himself into an all-star and a champion. An incredible journey. And this is why Miles Turner is such a high percentage scorer. You combine length, athleticism, and basketball skills. Good luck with that defense.
There you go again. A nice kick out after the D had collapsed on it.
Indiana trailing here. Here's Halliburton, and finished off by Halliburton.
Tyrese Halliburton saying, I'm not just a pure shooter, folks. I've got a little ups in my game.
They grabbed their own miss. That one drops for him. Gobert's got his first bucket in this one.
You have to appreciate the doggedness and intensity on the glass. Wow.
Halliburton fouled in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a three-point play change for him.
The frame of Halliburton makes you think he can't finish through contact, but folks, that's a wiry, strong frame right there.
Well, certainly with one of the more unique shots in the NBA, Halliburton gets it done.
You know, Kevin, credit to Halliburton and the organizations he's played for, because a lot of them would have changed or tried to rebuild their shot. Halliburton and his organizations knew the shot worked, and he stuck with it. And now he's one of the best shooters at his position.
And finished off by Edwards.
Oh, Anthony Edwards thinks this game is a dunk contest. Go ahead, young sir. What a finish.
And there's the foul. It'll go on Tyrese Halliburton. That's his first foul.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of their first 5 shots to drop here in the second quarter. Out to Edwards. Randall with a screen for Edwards. Randall right side. Pass to McDaniels. Over to the wing. Got a piece of it. Shot clock at 6. Goes back up. The rebound by Turner.
I think this is a spot he has got to become more consistent from if you want to command the defender's respect.
Now, here's Siakam. On the wing, Mathurin. Now, Halliburton. drains the three-pointer. Halliburton's got 10 points in the quarter.
And just one of those nights for Tyrese Halliburton. He's kept his foot on the accelerator, and he's putting it to the defense.
Edwards kicks to McDaniels. Back to Edwards. No one near Randall as he lets it go. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
It's still close, though. These teams have been neck and neck. Let's see the response here.
Conley against Halliburton. Randall with a screen for Edwards. Randall no good.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
Pass to Halliburton. Siakam, a screen on Conley. Gobert with the block.
Boy, whenever Gobert is out there, he will make you think about shooting near the rim. This guy's such a good shot blocker.
Edwards passes to Gobert. And now Siakam pushing it up and no one back to stop him. Nembhard with it. Here's Halliburton. Good for another basket. He's put up 10 shots and made 7 of them.
Well, you have to understand how to score when you're in the paint and you are 6'5". Tyrese Halliburton, he knows the way.
Conley kicks to Edwards. Pass to Randall. Shoots over Nembhard. And there's Randall on the assist from Edwards. That's 7 points for Julius Randle. Here's Halliburton. And some nice defense there to end the quarter. And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. The Timberwolves on top, up by 4. It's time now. Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
To the center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Give me a beat. They're thinking about the shot.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. Tyrese Halliburton has been sensational.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far unstoppable.
And on the floor for Chris Finch as we get into the second half. Conley and Edwards are the guards. Handle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's McDaniels in at the 3 slot.
And already Mathurin has a pretty dynamic drive, but getting the drop on the defense all season won't be easy.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Thanks, Kevin. Tyrese Halliburton has become the face of the Pacers franchise. He says they've done a great job of allowing me to spread who I am and how I play throughout the organization. Guys and the coaches have adapted to that. Good things are happening. I want us to be the best team in the league. Kevin, he's certainly taking me in the right direction.
David, I'm infatuated with this guy as you are. He does so much at such a young age. Man, the sky's the limit. Offensive rebound. Randall passes to Edwards. Edwards shooting fearlessly from the arc.
Edwards, such an explosive scorer. You don't want to concede that three-point shot. Boy, that's going to make him feel good.
Outside Mathurin. Halliburton outside. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Timberwolves leading by 3. Right side, Conley. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. To the middle. Right wing. Here's Conley. McDaniels passes to Conley. Clock at 6. Pacers with the rebound. Mathurin's got his 4th rebound in this one. Here's Halliburton. Off target, his 6th miss and 13 attempts from the floor. Randall from outside, and another three for Minnesota. Rule adjustments, Doris, regarding the rip-through move. Do you think those have been effective?
Kevin, I certainly think we've taken a step in the right direction. We have got to give the defense more of a chance at this point, and the idea that you don't get shots on the rip-through is important.
Pass to Nembhard. Indiana needs to get a shot off. The shot by Turner, no good. And so Edwards will bring it up for the Timberwolves. They've led by as much as 10. Conley's shot is off. Pacers trail by 6. Siakam passes to Nembhard. At the elbow, it's Turner.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Randall right side. Conley inside the line. And he gets the friendly spin, and that one drops. Conley's got 15 points.
Mike Conley starting to percolate a little bit here. Look out, defenders.
Halliburton finds Mathurin. Off the run. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Third personal foul.
He's got free throw attempts number 4 and 5 here.
And a very steady season for him at the charity stripe last year. He was right at 85%.
Tyrese Halliburton just plays with a certain pace. He's always looking to push the action. This is about the last guy you want to send to the stripe right now. They keep fouling him, and he keeps making them.
In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. Out to Conley. Lets the three fly. And so the ball out of bounds. Gobert touched it last. .119 left to play in the third. Halliburton finds him.
Well, the speed on Halliburton made the difference there. The defense's only option was to foul him.
For Indiana, they haven't yet missed a free throw. 5 for 5. And the first one at the line is good.
Halliburton.
Halliburton hits them both. Minnesota leading by 4. Randall dishes to McDaniels. Gobert with a screen on Halliburton. Gobert, no good. Indiana's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Turner passes to Nembhard. Back to Turner. Halliburton outside. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Turner. That's good, and it's Halliburton with the assist. And that's now 7 points for Miles Turner.
Miles Turner covered tightly, but nonetheless scores it. That is really well done.
Conley kicks to McDaniels. Back to Conley. There's 25 seconds left here in the third quarter, and the shot goes in.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
It takes incredible effort to stay connected to the hip of the offensive player. You've got to want to work.
And this is what dominating the glass looks like. He just cannot be contained.
Wow, what a performance. And he's not just winning with physical ability, he's winning with anticipation.
Shoots it up. And that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. And we've reached the end of the third. Timberwolves lead by 4. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, and I like the fact we get to see this pass one more time. A magnificent feed, and you love to see your off guard taking over the playmaking duties with this much skill.
You love the unselfishness, finding the best look, and it doesn't matter who's taking it.
Mike Conley. 3 points.
And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Siakam is the 4, and he'll be next to Turner at the 5. Halliburton in the backcourt, Nembhard to his side. And it's Mathurin in its small forward. So that's the group out there for Indiana. Here's Edwards. It's rebounded by Indiana. Mathurin's got 5 rebounds tonight. Nembhard. And the 3 off target. Minnesota leading by 7. Over in the corner, Edwards. Shoots over Nembhard. Edwards, no good. And Indiana shooting the ball at 42%. Halliburton with it. Conley picks him up. They're in for three. Out to Turner. Halliburton deciding where to go with it. Siakam up top. Indiana again missing. The Timberwolves have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. Offensive rebound. Second chance shot. Good work defensively by Turner. Pacers trail by 7. They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Here's Nembhard. Edwards defending. Now Nembhard. Halliburton outside. And once again off the mark by Indiana. Timberwolves leading by 7. Conley with it. Picked up by Turner. Randall from outside. And slam dunk by Gobert.
Well, you always know this has been a strength of Rudy Gobert, getting the offensive window. Nicely done.
And it's Halliburton penetrating. Turner for 3. And it's Mike Conley with the rebound.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
Snatched up. McDaniels dishes to Edwards. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. Conley the pass to Edwards. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Edwards got the lead up to 12 now for the Timberwolves. Halliburton outside. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2.
The 2 things you love here, how confident Halliburton is offensively. The second is not afraid to take punishment while he's shooting the basketball.
And it's been an outstanding game for them at the free throw line, not missing their chances when they get them.
Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. Finds himself wide open and drills it. Edwards got 5 points in the quarter.
Doesn't matter where on the floor Anthony Edwards is. That shot mechanic's so pretty, so fluid.
And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. And a moment now to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Timberwolves.
Great game for them offensively. I mean, coaches love seeing multiple shots per possession and then converting those second chance opportunities.
Another thing I thought they did well was pressure. They forced a ton of turnovers, turned those opportunities into points.
Conley with a wide open look. No good on the triple.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
And with that shot, the Timberwolves lead is cut down to just 8 points with the bucket from Halliburton. Conley finds Edwards. Randall outside. Over Siakam. Good D by Siakam. Indiana's gone into a funk from downtown in the fourth. Only one of their 5 3-pointers has found the bottom of the bucket. Minnesota leading by 8. Out to Conley. Shot from the top of the key. Back to Randall. The 3. Knocks down the 3-ball.
Guys, I think this is a game they have to feel good about as we wind through the final moments here in what looks to be a solid win for the Timberwolves.
When you shoot this well from 3-point range, you're really hard to stop. The defense didn't rotate out fast enough to stop the hot shooting.
Exactly, Kevin. They were lethal from deep.
A very solid win indeed. And when you check out the box score, there were some great numbers for Rudy Gobert.
Boy, I think he made his presence felt in the paint more than anywhere else. This guy's rebounding numbers were outstanding. He controlled the glass.
.40 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Halliburton kicks to Siakam. Quick shot there, and it's off target. And now the fast break. Edwards with the ball. Shoots over Nembhard. Edwards, no good. And so it's Indiana with it. 9-point game. And out of bounds as the Timberwolves gain possession. Here's Conley. From the top of the key, and it's in after a nice bounce off the right side. And the Timberwolves lead by 11.
Well, they knew it would be a hostile environment, and they rose to the challenge.
And sometimes when everyone's rooting against you, it seems to bring the unit closer together. It certainly did tonight.
And so Minnesota takes the win. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent by the time, GA, this one wound down.
And that's what you want to do. Take the crowd out of it by crunch time. Don't give them...
All right, DA, thanks again. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan.
A shot of the Celtics earlier, coming down the tunnel. They're not messing around. They're ready. Welcome to 2K Sports. We have the NBA coming up. Great to have you with us. Brian Anderson here, joined by the Hall of Famer Grant Hill and Coach Stan Van Gundy. We'll hear from Allie LaForce as well. So a look at the starters for the Pacers. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. Siakam at power forward with Turner in at center. And it's Mathurin in at the small forward position. And for Boston, the core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at center, locking down the middle. If you like slow-paced basketball, you've come to the wrong place. These teams love to run.
Oh, they love to run. I mean, these teams score a great deal of transition baskets. They want to use their speed, their quickness, and attack the defense before it gets set.
Now here's Brown. They kick it out to Porzingis. Back to Brown. Porzingis with a screen on Halliburton. Brown passes to Porzingis. 2 points. That one goes.
One of the tallest guys in the league. Give Porzingis the ball there and just let him work.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
I caught up with Coach Joe Mazzulla. We talked about this matchup here tonight, specifically what his team wants to do against Miles Turner. Coach told me we need to push him out of the paint whenever we can and make him a jump shooter and live with those results. If we can do that, I think we'll be in great shape. Guys, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Allie. Brown with a screen. Here's Tatum. And finished off by Tatum.
Oh, the ball handling of Tatum. It's what separates him from other star wings.
And the Pacers started last season all offense, Grant, but even they knew that would not be sustainable.
Yeah, Coach Carlisle prodded them to at least get to average on the defensive end. And there's no question they have the tools to do it.
Now here's Tatum. Fires from deep. He buries it from 3. Tatum's got 5 points.
Stop it. An incredible move to shake his man. Getting the defender on his heels, doing the rest with ease.
And in the first, a little over a minute and a half in. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
Pacers ball.
And here are the Pacers now. 7-point differential. Nembhard outside. Shoots over White. The Pacers again can't hit.
Well, the analytics don't like it, but if the defense is giving it up, I like that shot selection despite the miss.
Tatum can't hit.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Mathurin finds Siakam. And here we go, the Celtics on the run. Pass to Brown. Outside Tatum. Here's Holiday. Back to Tatum. Oh, stolen by Turner. Here's Siakam. And Siakam with the slam.
Oh, coming in hot. There was just no getting in Siakam's way there.
There's Tatum with the 3. Drains the triple. Give him 8.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Halliburton, the pass to Nembhard. 3-pointer, no good. And it's the Celtics ball. They've gone on a 10-2 run, not allowing much. Left side White, outside Tatum. Brown, a screen on Turner. Tatum drives in, and Turner with the block.
An impressive shot blocker. Turner's combination of size and timing on defense is so valuable.
Here's Halliburton. Siakam, the pass to Mathurin. Now here's Nembhard. He's guarded by White. Tatum with the block. Porzingis against Halliburton. Tatum looking it over. Tatum with another miss. Pacers trail by 8. Here's Siakam. To the inside. Pass to Turner. And here's Halliburton. He's covered by Holiday. 6 on the shot clock. Halliburton on the attack. Siakam outside. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist. Siakam's got 5.
And just so accurate off the pass. I mean, I love whenever Siakam decides to go right up with it like that.
And here's Brown for 3, and that's good. His first bucket of the game.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Oh, merciless jam by Halliburton. He's got some serious hops.
Right side White. They kick it out to Porzingis. From behind the arc. The rebound by Turner.
Defense dodged a bullet that time. Total breakdown.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Out of bounds. It'll be Celtics ball.
Celtics ball.
We've got 22 seconds left in the first quarter. Porzingis with a screen on Siakam. Oh, they pick off the pass. Brown with the steal. Porzingis for 3. That shot missing. And so it's Boston leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. They've had incredible... And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. And for Boston guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Just excellent first quarter defense. They've been really getting after it.
Yeah, but it's hard to keep that kind of intensity for the entire game. But if they can come close to that, they'll be in a great spot.
Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. The perimeter pair, it's White and Brown. And it's Holiday in at point guard. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics.
Okay, that's how you stop a dunk. The defender brings the interference in a big way.
Puts up a deep 3. Nice start for him, sinking his first shot.
Well, the defense gave that away. He's a skilled shooter who you have to contest at the arc.
Kicks it out to Siakam. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Celtics lead by 9. And one thing that Siakam has always had a knack for, Grant, cutting to the rim and finishing plays.
Yeah, he plays so well when he has space to move. He's just great off the ball, and that fits with any team. His ability to convert at the rim makes his cuts that much better.
Suffocating defense to keep the layup from falling.
They need something good to happen here.
Yeah, they've gone way too long without a score.
And it's Tatum with the ball for Boston. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. And he can't extend the lead to double digits.
That's not a bad shot at all. It just didn't go in. Sometimes the process is right, and you still get a bad result.
And this is how competitive Halliburton is. Doesn't allow some contact to distract him from scoring.
Tatum, a screen on Turner. Porzingis passes to Tatum. Mathurin against Brown. Pass to Tatum. 5 on the clock. Fires it. And that's his 4th bucket in 9 attempts.
Rock solid screen right there. The defender got completely lost.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look here.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Brian, Miles Turner, the 11th pick by the Pacers in 2015 for much of his career with the team. He's endured the trade rumors. He said, I've still got PTSD from that, but I wanted to be here in Indy. And last season, a renegotiation of his contract, giving him an extension and a raise. Brian, he is locked in as their starting center.
Yeah, it would appear so, Allie. Thank you.
The defense just can't let Siakam get inside positioning like this because he's looking to dunk it home.
Here's Tatum. Tatum with another miss. Pacers trail by 4. Turner passes to Halliburton. Knocked away. White with the steal. JB off the bounce. Nice D from Nembhard.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Indiana's gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second.
And putting his athletic ability to work. I mean, Mathurin comes in hot on the drive and lifts off for the slam.
A good look from Brown. Boston, no good that time either.
Those are precisely the looks this team is trying to create.
Yeah, quality offense will serve you well in the long run. You can't settle for bad shots.
Siakam with a screen on Holiday. Back to Siakam. Tatum with a steal. And they're on the break. Outside Porzingis. No good. Unable to win this run.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Kicks it out to Siakam. Drops in the three. Siakam's got 8 here in this quarter.
There's certain nights Siakam takes over. He's been aggressive here from the tip.
Holiday passes to Brown. That three's off the mark. Indiana leading. They are looking really strong offensively.
Yeah, just terrific momentum. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Nembhard with it. Porzingis picks him up defensively. Turner, no good. Boston's gone 4 of 9 so far from the perimeter. Tatum inside. He's covered by Siakam. Brown against Mathurin. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. They'll pin that one on Pascal Siakam.
Kind of a devious move by Tatum, pulling the defender in where he wants him.
Boston shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game. And he ends up missing both free throws.
Well, that's not the focus we're used to seeing from him at the line. He's usually rock solid from there.
And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. We've got 13 seconds left to play in the first half. Siakam with a screen on White. Back to Siakam. Nembhard, right side. Pass to Halliburton. He can't get it to go. And so it's Pascal Siakam making highlights for the Pacers, helping them space the floor. 2 triples in that quarter. 3 for the game. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Man, what can you say? Pascal Siakam, an impressive effort here today.
I like how they control the tempo and play to his strengths.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
And the Pacers looking at who they've got. Siakam at power forward with Turner in at center. Halliburton and Nembhard, the 1 and the 2. And it's Mathurin in at the 3, the small forward. Indiana's gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. Nembhard, the pass to Halliburton. Back to Nembhard. Halliburton against White. Out of bounds, it'll go to the Celtics. Stand back in your early coaching days, what was the dynamic working with the front office?
Well, I was in good situations, and so you need the coach and the front office in sync, where you're all working toward the same goals and you understand what the process is going to look like.
And how in sync were you when Stan was the coach and Stan was the front office?
We had problems then because the coach didn't like the front office very often, and the front office was always unhappy with the coach.
Nice. Boston trailing. Right side Tatum, outside Holiday. Fires the 3. Indiana with a rebound.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Outside Mathurin. Into the lane. To the middle. Outside for Halliburton. Clock at 6. And the foul on Tyrese Halliburton. That's his first foul of the game.
Well, that one stings. In a game where every possession counts, He just gave one away.
And for Boston, they're shooting 32% for this game. Not what they're hoping for. Brown, a screen on Siakam. Back to Brown. Oh, look out! JB throwing it down.
Well, Brown helps out with the screen and then gets rewarded with an opening to attack.
Halliburton, the pass to Turner. Nembhard outside. Pass to Halliburton. Outside Mathurin. Fires at the elbow. Turner passes to Mathurin. And here's Nembhard. Indiana needs to get a shot off. White against Turner. Pass to Porzingis. The kick to Tatum. Launches a three. And it's Tyrese Halliburton with the rebound.
I can't believe he missed that three. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving him.
Tyrese playing big in the painted area.
He can move around with the big boys. Halliburton not giving in on the interior.
Turner with it. Now guarded by White. Nembhard, the pass to Turner. The shot, no good. Boston's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. Tatum. Second shot opportunity. Pass to Holiday. Here's Brown. On the wing, Tatum takes a three. Again, the miss by Boston.
You kind of wonder where his head's at. The shot selection hasn't been there. And, of course, that one was just crazy.
That's tipped. Brown with the steal. White for three. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
Down low. Here's Turner. Down it goes. And a great assist by Halliburton. Halliburton's got 3 assists now in this one.
The agility of Turner is huge in these pick and rolls. He's hard to prevent from scoring in these situations.
Pass to Brown. Outside Holiday. Right side White. Back to Tatum. Outside Holiday. Up top Brown. He's covered by Mathurin. Brown can't hit. And so it's Siakam with it. He brings it up for the Indiana Pacers. Since halftime, they've only allowed 5 points. Brown with it. Halliburton picks him up. There's Tatum with the three. Offensive board. The three. He's off on that one.
He just keeps firing from distance. I know he's trying to heat up, but at what cost?
Here's Turner. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 8th rebound here tonight. Brown passes to Tatum. There's 25 seconds left in the third quarter. White for three. Indiana with a rebound. Nembhard's got his 4th rebound in this one. White against Siakam. It's hauled in by White. Outside Tatum. He gets it up. Oh, at the buzzer! He got it off in time!
That is inning.
It's still anybody's game as we reach the end of 3. Boston out in front. They lead by 3. And we'll return shortly. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Yeah, that's high-level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. That's the Boston 5. White, the pass to Holiday. Tatum, a screen on Halliburton. Outside, Brown. Porzingis with a screen on Mathurin. Brown passes to Porzingis. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass.
Pacers ball.
Pacers trail by 3. They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by.
Here's Siakam. And Siakam with the slam.
Yeah, Siakam's got a great head on his shoulders. They'd be smart to use him in that set as much as possible.
Tatum can't hit.
He continues to let it fly, but the makes have been few and far between.
Nembhard outside to take the lead. And the layup falls.
Good find there by Turner. He sees an opening and swiftly feeds the ready shooter.
And for the Celtics, they're shooting a rough 29% from the field here. Porzingis with a screen on Mathurin. Brown looking around. Porzingis in the post. He's against Turner. Oh, he got him with a pump fake, but he couldn't finish. Holiday against Halliburton. Pass to Turner. That's good. And Halliburton gets the assist. And it's a 3-point Pacer lead.
Hey, when you're as big as a guy like Turner, that's what you're supposed to do. Attack in the painted area.
Porzingis with a screen on Siakam. Here's Tatum. Indiana with a rebound. Turner's got the glass covered here tonight. That's 11 boards for him. And stolen by Brown. Pass to Porzingis. Now here's Holiday. Three-pointer. He drops it from range.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
Nembhard, the pass to Halliburton. Siakam with a screen on Holiday. Inside. It's stolen by Tatum.
2 minutes remaining.
Pass to Brown.
2 minutes.
We've got 1:55 left to play in the fourth quarter. A nice shot by Tatum. And a look at how the hustle game has been going for Boston.
Well, all you can ask for is you guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
Another big factor for them has been their ability to get points off of turnovers. The easiest offense is created by good defense.
Mathurin passes to Siakam. Just 2 to shoot. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Porzingis. It's stolen by Holiday. Now the Celtics on the move. There goes Tatum, taking it all the way.
That's good hustle. Tatum beating several guys up the floor, putting himself in a position to contribute.
Siakam outside. Outside Mathurin. Back to Siakam to halt the run. Tatum pulls it in. Boston leading by 4. Lots of room. And it's Boston scoring again.
And this guy is made for these moments. Tatum, the big-time shot.
Nembhard outside. Turner, a screen on White. Here's Nembhard. Rebounded by the Celtics. 2 points here could be the only cushion they need, Grant.
Hard to say. Crazier things have happened in this league.
Outside White. And it's a defensive 3-second violation.
At the line, Drew.
And the technical free throw is good.
You know, one thing you got to love about Drew Holiday is he's a true two-way player in this league. He puts in a lot of work to make a big impact on both sides of the floor.
Brown, a screen on Siakam. Tatum from long range. Sinks it from distance. And now a 10-point Celtic lead.
This is what winning is all about. Playing your best when it matters most.
Yeah, they've got clutch guys on this team, and they never let up.
Man, the defender really went after him.
First personal foul. First team foul.
First free throw is good, and that brings him within single digits.
Andrew Nemhard, 2 shots.
And the second free throw, no good. Tough break there. So we see the Celtics get the win here. A clean win, and one where they clearly showed better energy.
Yes, so true. They put on a show here at home, and I really think they had that extra swagger and confidence too.
Allie, thank you as always. And that about wraps it up. Alongside Stan Van Gundy, Grant